Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 565. We've got a great night ahead of you. Hopefully, you've had a great weekend. You should know this gentleman at least by name in chat. BlindCat420. How you doing, my friend? You want to tell us how you're doing and where they can find you?
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I'm BlindCat420. You can find me on Instagram at BlindCat420, all lowercase and shit, one word. And same thing on YouTube, although I don't have any videos up anymore, but you might see some more one day. But yeah, what's up, everybody?
Cheers, brother. What you got there? What's in the what do you got in that there joint?
This is some fucking blueberry blood wreck, I guess is what I'm calling it. But you know, basically it's from the American one. And it's his it's actually AK Bean Brains vintage blueberry and Subs blood wreck, which I know is like what I forgot which variation on the train wreck that is, but yeah, it was a blood pheno. The leaf was red. And it's just some shit I grew inside my tent under LED. Yeah, man.
Sounds delicious, my friend. Sounds delicious. I'm rolling up a little bit of jelly bean myself.
Yeah, that was like the I think that was the round before was the jelly bean for me. Turns out good, man. I like that. Orange terp's pretty good, but one of my favorites was definitely the Jack's Cleaner 2. Fucking, it was one of the first, besides Doctor Who. I think I grew both of those at the same time, but first TGA strains that I ever grew and fucking fell in love with it. The funky, fruity, fermented fruit kind of from the Doctor Who, and then the lemon haze kind of situation from the Jack's Cleaner 2. Some good terps.
So we might as well start this off right from the beginning, my friend. You know how it rolls. When was that first time that cannabis entered your life, man? You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, basically grew up in Sonoma County area and fucking skateboarding, doing all that kind of shit, and just listen to music, all that, and fucking just ended up smoking a joint one day with some of my skating buddies, and then from there, I didn't actually get high that first couple times. First two doobies I had, didn't get high at all. Just kind of fumbled around and smoked. Anyway, I just didn't get high, and then about what was it, 7th grade or so, so like a year later, ended up going on a field trip to somewhere just north of San Francisco, and my in like a visually impaired kind of trip, kind of went camping and shit, and sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Let me light this up a little again.
Yeah, no worries, man. We got plenty of time. Smoke that thing. Let it sink. Let it sink.
That's what I was saying. I actually haven't dabbed for a long time, and we just my last picture on Instagram was some flower I actually my buddy Chris here. You want to introduce yourself, Chris?
What's up, Chris? Cheers, brother.
He brought over a fucking rosin press yesterday, and that I could lent me that fucking thing, and I fucking appreciate that, brother. And be able to see him. Righteous. Anyway, so fucking he came over, dropped that off. I got a fucking 8-gallon Husky air compressor, and he slapped it together, fucking helped me out, and fucking pressed some flour because BHO lately has been real fucking no-go for me, because my asthma kind of been kicking up the last 2 years with all the fucking bullshit fires and fucking whatever. My my breathing's not as good as it fucking once was, so I can't smoke no more blunts and shit like I sometimes like to a kind of a small, growing up, I was fucking love affair with tobacco since like 12 or so. So, but anyway, I smoked a spliff, the first time at fucking blind camp with a bunch of people from Europe and as my counselors, and they just, smoked a big old fucking foot long spliff, traditional European style with some hash and everything. And with a buddy from England and a couple other local buddies. But yeah, dude, fucking anyway, so not able to smoke blunts no more. And I haven't even dabbed probably for like a year. And which sucks because I fucking can make some good shit and all safely and all that good shit, but don't even do that shit no more just because not able to smoke it, and I already have plenty of backup. So plenty on reserve. And but yeah, I just like fucking hash. That's my main thing. And joints, fucking that's how I usually consume. Of course, fuck ton of edibles. I make sugar and butter, coconut oil, fucking just any kind of way I can enjoy the herb,
Right on. All good ways. So do you it sounds like you press your flower directly into rosin. Do you do the hash method as well? Do you go through the process of washing it and then pressing it, or just flour?
I know that the most efficient way would be, so basically I just got that yesterday from Chris here, and thanks again, bro. And fucking, but yeah, I know the higher yield is going to be with, pardon me, with bigger yield is going to be with pressing the hash and quality in, quality out, all that kind of good shit. So if you produce a high quality hash, although it's fucking tasty as hell the way it is, and I know your fucking awesome take on it, which is the same pretty much as mine, is why pretty much why would I jump out of a perfectly good fucking airplane? You know what I mean? Like, this hash is delicious. Why would I even need to fucking change anything about it? It's beautiful. You press it or you don't press it. It doesn't matter. However you like to consume. Fucking some people are real particular. I like to consume it always. And that was just tonight. We pressed some flour because I don't have any rosin bags and I only have a little bit of keef. And I've never pressed keef. Chris, what's your fucking take on pressing keef as you have the experience and I don't with the keef, especially?
So we're using a pneumatic press, and a lot of it is really what you want to get out for your end product. Hash is usually winding up a little bit darker, and you usually get a better turnaround on the yield, I find. Also using the rosin bags and putting keef through it as well. Once you tumble it, you find a fine micron, you keep a lot of the green particulate out of it as well. And I've had 5 gram squishes that have come out at 3.5 grams on dab. So definitely going that way is a better process for your weed. I feel like you get more bang for your buck as well. Although you really can't beat the taste if you want to sit down, have a joint, and then press a little bit of flour into a dab and match that dab with the flour. It's just a kind of a quality thing at that point. Sit down, especially here, James, who grows some really good weed. It's a pleasure to taste your product in a lot of different variations.
Yep. Right on. I think you get more out of the pressed flour. You get more of the oils that you were trying to get out of it anyway, to be honest with you. I think a lot of that gets lost in the wash that everybody's trying to do prior, So I appreciate a little bit of squished flour myself.
Yeah, the water soluble terps and all that shit. There's probably some other shit too that just yeah, I don't really know. I like science and shit, but some shit escapes me. Fucking, and that's all right with me. I don't fucking I don't have to know everything. Sorry.
So after the 2 joints, how long was it? How'd you progress from there?
Oh, so anyway, so I guess with the rest, so it's just north of San Francisco. Sorry, I didn't actually fucking finish the first time I actually got high, which is basically like I went to just north of San Francisco and backpacked in there a little ways with a group of visually impaired folks like myself, my brother blinded by the light. What's up, man? Fucking about to go visit him along with Johnny tomorrow. I'm gonna fly into Vegas. But anyway, fucking blinded by the light was there and a couple other buddies, and we smoked a joint. Fucking I swore I heard a fucking wolf howling at the moon. I was just staring at the moon. It was just fucking transfixed. And it felt like and then walking back, just floating on a cloud, walking on a cloud, and lost my contact, stumbled into the fucking sandbox, into the tent, whatever, where we were staying at, fucking taking out my contacts and dropped it. Fucking, I was like, Jesse, fucking help me, blinded by the light, brother, fucking help me. Help me find my contact. He's like, is it Smooshy? So, but anyway, he's a funny guy. I fucking crack up every time I hang out with that guy. Anyway, peace, brother. Fucking can't wait to see you in a couple days, man. Anyway, so yeah, I just felt like walking on a cloud, and it was just awesome. But from there, fucking everyday thing, fucking, because I don't just have my vision as I also have like a metabolic disorder, and I don't know if I want to say too much about it on here because you can almost damn near pinpoint who the fuck I am, but because I'm like the oldest person in the United States with my condition. I died twice when I was a baby. Long story short, I have a really restricted diet, and you'll notice that if you ever hang out with me, I have to eat every 4 hours or so. And that's just so basically my body doesn't, instead I have to have calories from food, whatever I'm doing, or lots of stuff but anyway, I have to have outside source of calories, otherwise my body tries to catabolize and eat its own muscles, and then my they just eat themselves basically, and that's called rhabdomyolysis. So anyway, just eating muscle eating and muscle wasting. So it's pretty fucking painful, and I ended up in the hospital for like fucking 4 days to a week, and it's just shitty. But I think that's part of like my vision and why, my muscles are getting attacked or whatever. That's why my vision progressively since 5 just kind of gone a little bit downhill, a little bit touched year by year. And I wore contacts, I wore glasses, all that shit. But now I just kind of go through the meditation, I guess you would call it, or I call it, and just not wearing contacts and getting around just the way, with what I was given. And I've traveled back from Amsterdam, by myself and all that bullshit, just nothing to most people, but for some, not for me, but because I've traveled also just around the Bay Area, fucking always visiting friends on, weekends or whatever, going to a boarding school out in the Bay Area, last 3 years of high school and shit. And basically, if I wanted to go see friends, I'd have to jump on a bus, BART, so on and so forth, and get around. I like to travel. So anyway, I traveled back from Amsterdam. Also, that was a fucking excellent trip, dude. Like I only got to smoke a couple times, but
I was gonna ask, did cannabis take you there?
Yeah, well, it's my vision, fucking once again, like basically only had to fundraise like $700 or so, the price of the fucking ticket to in order to go there. And then we walked past the fucking, like right next to the sex museum. I think it was the hemp. Yeah, it was the hemp museum. I have a picture, and it was pretty cool. The window was just all decorated real cool. And but yeah, got to smoke before I went. Actually, let me back up a little bit. Right before I graduated, went to the Hemp Street Fair and met Ed Rosenthal. And that was pretty like inspirational too, just to yak with him for a little while. And yeah, like I ended up buying a little magazine and reading that cover to cover. Just, you know, I think it was Marijuana Success Indoors and Outdoors or whatever. And I think I still got that little magazine booklet, but anyway, read that fucking thing and then just got further and further, you know, started a little seed before I, you know, graduated high school. And of course, you know, like line the fucking walls of a locker chest or whatever and with tin foil, and then fucking hung a little fluorescent lamp just to pop a seed, and then it just ended up, I let it dry out and it died. That was my first experience growing. And is there a tissue right there? Yeah. Thanks. Pardon me. Anyway, so yeah, it's fucking first little seedling died. Also grew on my buddy's mom's roof one time and fucking fried up, of course. So learning little grow lessons here and there. And then that just fucking, like I said, read that thing from, I think it was Ed Rosenthal that wrote that little booklet I was talking about. Anyway, fast forward a couple of years and my buddy blinded by the light again. We ended up growing together at his house, setting up a proper grow, got a 1,000-watt light, filled a tray, fucking got intake, exhaust, charcoal filter, all that good shit. And just fucking, threw a fan in there, all that, got the ventilation good, and bought some clones locally at a dispensary. And yeah, this was all after, like a couple of years after I'd come back from Amsterdam and stuff and all that. Before that, I just wasn't able to find a place that would, whether it be, usually roommates just wouldn't be down with growing or whatever. So just skipped forward, and him and I pulled off our first crop, and it was super fire. And it wasn't that much. Like a couple ended up dying. We had like 13 or some odd plants and ended up with 9 in the end, but they were short, but they were fire. Fucking brought that went to a weekend trip, go visit family, and on Greyhound. And of course I'm upstairs in the bathroom like a dumb shit, fucking smoking a big old joint of my fucking fresh new crop with not that well sealed jars. So I got fucking my first crop taken away. I only got to enjoy a little bit of that, and that sucked, but came back, freaking was gonna make some edibles, went over to my buddy's house, picked up the leftover for edibles to make the next day. I'd also just come back from Humboldt and been trimming and got a bunch of weed from up there on the mountain on Alder Point Road. And that's actually where I went to massage school too. Fucking, you interviewed Joey Berger, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the
Yes.
Massage school I went to. His parents own it, and it was pretty cool. Fucking bunch of hippies up there, man. Like eat all whole foods. Like everything was very little processing of anything. They made their own everything, tea. Fucking had a lot of good experiences and introductions to different types of whole foods and like how to eat properly. And anyway, some of them didn't like smoking weed though, so that's what confused me was how you gonna be up on Murder Mountain and not, like the fucking home of growing weed, damn near. Like that's fucking heart of Humboldt County. That's actually Trinity County. But how you gonna be up out there and trying to stress me about smoking herb? I had a couple of classmates try to fucking talk to me about it and shit. I was like, bro, this is is fucking humble, and I smoke weed, and I'm not being pushy about it. So I don't see what the fucking problem is. But respect to you, but you're not gonna change. I'm holding it down for the fucking weed smokers, bro.
Right on, man. Yeah, that does seem a little bit ironic not to be able to smoke on that there mountain. It seems, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there was lots of fucking, people were taking I had some great mushroom experiences out there. I had some mushrooms from Thailand, supposedly, or at least that's what strain they were. I just heard something about that anyway. But just that feeling of like empathy towards others, just compassion and all that. That shit's just fucking. And it was actually a buddy of mine who was going through some hard times or whatever, and he was, on meth or whatever. So I don't know. I just felt some fucking empathy for him, like, because he got lost. He never ended up, didn't even end up fucking finding the place because he was just twanked out. But fucking poor guy. But fucking hope you make some better decisions in the fucking future, brother. But anyway, I'm over here shrooming and at the hippie ass massage school, fucking eating all whole foods and going in the sauna, and they had like the whole sauna area and shit's like clothing optional, so it's just very fucking liberal and very. I just wasn't used to all that per se. Like, I'm from the city and never, what I mean. They were asking me, "Oh, can you handle being out here? It's a land of 1,000 mirrors," or it's what they call it. But I'm like, I don't mind looking at myself like I can stay humble, you know what I mean? And I always try to fucking, I don't know. It's just, this is what weed does to you, in my opinion. It just makes you think about others and makes you a little bit, like you said, like just empathetic and an empath, as some would call it.
I think everybody should take some mushrooms at some point. They just need to recenter. I used to think that kind of a little bit about LSD, to be honest with you. Same kind of concept, but I think more in a natural setting nowadays. But I think everybody needs to take that journey like once a year and kind of bring themselves back to center. I think, that's just key to life, to be honest with you.
Shit, I don't know about once a year for me, but like, I mean, what was it? Rasufa's episode 2 days ago? I couldn't even get on the fucking show. I was booming pretty hard.
Yeah, I do quite a few times too, but I suggest like once a year for a minimal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, moderation and everything.
For the tight ass, I guess. For the tight ass, once a year.
Right? Yeah, definitely helps you unwind. This is my dog Leela.
She's photobombing.
Photobombing the fucking shit.
Gotta love a good dog, man. That's for sure.
Yes, I mean, someone new comes in the house though, she's squirreling for fucking the next 15 minutes or so. We gotta toss her outside. Can't damn near console her. She's so excited.
So you mentioned you bought some clones for that first grow, and you lost it.
Huh?
Kind of. I said you mentioned you grew with clones the first time, and then you kind of mentioned you kind of lost the harvest. A, what was the clones, and B, how'd you lose it?
I lost it on the fucking. So like I said, I was smoking a fatty up in the bathroom, and so I don't roll small joints at all. So I mean, you're gonna fucking, if you come anywhere near me, and you're gonna fucking smell it. And joints are just stinky. That's actually how I first got caught in 9th grade at homecoming. But anyway, fucking didn't even get to go take a step in the fucking dance, and I got busted just because stinks reeked like a joint. But so I learned a little lesson there, of course. But anyway, so first you said that first strain the clones. I don't remember all of them, but there was definitely some Blue Dragon in there. And I remember that strain for sure. Or Red Dragon, maybe it was. I don't know. I think it was blue. And then, yeah, I don't remember the other strains. It was, and I don't remember the exact year either. So I can't really like help somebody that, you know, was around Sonoma County in that, you know, Santa Rosa area. That's where I'm mainly around. So, but yeah, fucking, I forgot what year it was. But anyway, from there, next strain was a couple years later, and that was like some sour apple diesel is what they called it. I never looked it up myself, if that's actually, or is that just what, you know, colloquialism or whatever. I don't know if that was just something they slapped on there because that was like, that's our strain is what they said. We all know how that goes. I didn't look and see if it was the actual breeder or whatever. But yeah, and then from there, what was the next couple strains? Fuck. Oh, fuck. I can't quite remember this. Oh, there was a Ringo Star or whatever it was. I forgot what that strain was, but I think it was a CBD. And then anyway, finally, as it progressed, like this is fast forward, I really like was looking for an outlet because I had started growing vegetables and using alpaca, horse manure, gypsum, fucking just regular shit you learn when you ask about organics. And you know, I rototilled everything and just went and got all the shit I could from the local nursery. And so I really had a passion with, you know, finding out how, because you never really are taught too much from school. So, I mean, in terms of growing from a lot of places. So, and some of my grandparents were farmers at one point. And I remember fucking biting into a fucking onion as a kid when they tell you not to do something, you fucking turn around, fucking don't eat that, fucking just. So I was just a mischievous ass kid, of course. And no matter, you know, slight vision problem or not, fucking just regular kid and getting in trouble and all that kind of shit. But yeah, so anyway, back to when I was like fucking 29 or 30 and I'm growing this vegetable garden. You know, asked my dad and my stepmom at the time, you know, is it cool if I throw a couple of plants in the backyard or, you know, put up a tent inside? And oh yeah, sure, if I can just, you know, try to. And I said, oh, well, this is what I'll do. I'll freaking take care of the smell with the charcoal filter. I'll filter it all outside. You know, yeah, the electricity is going to go up, but this is how it's going to affect everything. This is how much, you know, I don't know exactly how much until we get our first bill, figured that out, you know, this is how much it's going to be a month. But yeah, basically the first inspiration, I was talking to somebody and they were like, hey, you sound like you're really enthusiastic about this growing weed shit. And you ever heard of the Weed Nerd? You ever heard of Subcool? I was like, fuck, no, like, I don't even have the internet right now. So, or I just got it, whatever. I don't really fuck around too much on there. It's so he's like, oh yeah, go on YouTube, check out the Weed Nerd. Fucking check it, you know, type it up. This guy's fucking rocking out just like my dad. Shut up, Leela. And you know, he's fucking rocking out, getting all into it, just like my dad. And so that's what he reminded me of, was like a, you know, long lost uncle and shit. And then, you know, just bullshitting about how to grow some good herb organically, and this is how you do it. Fucking set up your soil, give it everything it needs, which is just right along with, that's how I do most shit. Like I try to figure out as much as I can about it and then implement it, you know, however is easiest for me, how it applies for my, for myself and everything. So, but yeah, I fucking just finally found an outlet, and I was fucking just super happy, man. Like it was everything I was looking for. I had actually met a plumber, an electrician, and he was a grower, grew in fucking warehouses in Sacramento. And that's basically let's see, what was I saying? Oh, so anyway, he was growing like fucking 10 lighters and had a veg space he was sleeping in and whatnot. So I was trying to, teach him what I know. And then also he had some Jorge Cervantes. This was actually, this might have been before all the weed, the weed nerd and whatnot. But he had a Jorge Cervantes DVD. And so I checked that out. And I knew that there was like more to learn. Like I just wasn't quite satisfied with the information I was given there. And so then I finally, was talking to some people, and that's when I, found the weed nerd and all that good shit, found TGA. So found some local clones, and actually my first set of clones were from my stepmom's brother, and that way, and her brother had a strain that their dad had grown for a long time, and I think I forgot what they called it, but we ended up calling it Skunky Pops because it was just kind of skunky and it was fat buds and and then another strain called Crystal River. And I don't know if that was the true name, whatever. That's what I was given. I was plants fucking 6 of them this tall in a 4x4 1,000-watt light, applied all the shit I was learning off watching sub, and first crop by myself with my dad helping with getting the pH right. And I was doing I actually just fucking bought everything at this fucking grow store, and then plus some stupid shit, plus some extra bloom boosters, of course. Because I wasn't just, I wanted to do organic and synthetic. And I actually turned, little synganics, whatever you want to call it, fucking did first round, turned out some fire, like dried it. It was, the Crystal River, the Skunky Pops. And then right on from there, went to Alpine Alternative, got fucking Doctor Who, met Frenchie. And actually I was actually talking to TC, OD Diesel, and I think Mushmouth. He had come in the conversation, and then so did Frenchie. And basically OD Diesel fucking popped me some, shout out, gave me some Jack's Cleaner too for free, that, and that was fucking smelled like growing outside, vegging. It was just smelled like bubble gum, like on the stem rub. And then when it was done with the flower, fucking lemon haze. And it just with no sealing. So that was probably why. And then just produced on hash like a motherfucker. And yeah, just one of the strains I can't wait to get back. I just ran some Jack the Ripper as well, and I don't know, something went on. I don't know what it was, but I don't know if I left I don't know if a bunch of them were males that I just didn't see, or if they hermed. I don't remember exactly, but they look like I just fucked up and left some males in there, honestly. So shit was seeded, and I got a bunch of shit I'm probably gonna run into RSO, or so I got the extract craft, and just, running that for anything I need to, that I'm not gonna smoke or turn into hash or rosin. Now I got this press. It's fucking can't wait to make some rosin, but yeah, so that was pretty much the beginning there, you know, some mango, and then you had did you have some other questions in there other than what was the first
That would have
strains?
been pretty. That would have been pretty awesome. Well, you kind of mentioned towards the end of that first grow there that you got to smoke some of it, but it sounded like you actually like lost somehow the rest of the harvest, or you didn't get to enjoy
Oh,
the
okay,
rest of the
yeah.
harvest.
So that was the first
Kinda
grow.
took it.
Yeah, that was the first grow with Blinded by the Light, and that was like in my probably early 20s, and that that was and the one that I was talking about recent, that with the last run I was just talking about with the Crystal River and the Jack's Cleaner 2 and all that. That was when I was like 30 or something. So anyway, in my early 20s, when I got that crop taken by, it was taken by Greyhound. So I was smoking that joint up in the fucking bathroom like a dumbass. I should have smoked it outside in Oakland. You know, I thought everybody'd be cool in Oakland. I mean, I always fucking smoked hella weed in San Francisco, Oakland, fucking everywhere in the Bay Area. Never had an issue, not one. Fucking walking down the beach, you know, whatever. But at the Greyhound, it was so stanky. They were just like, dude, they actually came downstairs after going, I think they had went upstairs, smelt it, because I'd already got done smoking it. I came back down. I was sitting there listening to my headphones, and they just fucking pinpointed me, triangulated, and they were just like, yep, this guy. I couldn't fucking smell him. It just reeks like weed. And so it was some fire. So that's just why that was our first crop. Like, yeah, that's why I got caught. It's because I fucking reeked.
So that'd be pretty awesome to meet the crew there. Frenchie and TC and Mushmouth and Odie, all them guys. That's been a fucking cool ass fucking day. Definitely very memorable for sure. It's awesome, man. To get some free Jack's Cleaner too, top it all off. That's pretty fucking awesome.
Well, yeah, actually, the reason I went was to meet Mendo. So Mendo was there too. So I met Brian and I'm sorry, I'm fucking blanking out right now. Oldie and Brian, Oldie and Bleezy. So yeah, so that's where I got my poster signed or whatever. And a few weeks later, I think it was a few weeks later or something, they had the Weed Nerd Nation show. And I guess Sub was there. I think it was, but he was probably in the back, fucking posted up, VIP and all that good shit. But I'm sure I'm actually in the video. I'm wearing just a weed leaf hat that I bought from Mendo at the Weed Nerd Nation show. I was wearing that in Bleezy's behind me videotaping and shit on the Weed Nerd Nation episode I forgot what episode it was, but it's the Weed Nerd Nation one. Fucking I'm there dancing, fucking having a good time. So I brought a doctor buddy of mine, the guy that actually wrote my script that year. I was a medical, you know, in California, I was a medical patient for fucking number of years until I moved here to Southern Oregon. But yeah, I brought a doctor, but you know, the guy that signed my, you know, he's like, bro, I like all the information you're spitting, fucking, you know, talking about all the different cannabinoids, CBN, CBG, you know, just naming them all off, fucking just like a dumb, you know, just like a regular guy that's just excited about weed. And you know, just got a passion for something, and that's what that's what I've always been about, you know, just like thirst for knowledge, you know, whether I had to fucking get my fucking face right up on the magazine, the Ed Rosenthal magazine that I was reading, I couldn't hardly fucking see, but you know, because I didn't have the balls to freaking. I got some regular gardening books from the National Library Service, recordings for the blind and dyslexic, but I didn't get, you know, I wasn't like, you know, Ed Rosenthal freaking ordering books on tape like that, because that's where I learn. I'll spend fucking long time reading a book, or love reading, love learning. So however I got to do it, I'm gonna get that information. YouTube, whatever. Fucking go to
I love information too, but I'm not one to. I don't have that time, and I'm not one to. I just don't like to sit down and read, but I love the information. But as I love Audible, I'll listen to fucking audiobooks fucking all day long.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I do is that's what I spend my time. That's how I read is through audiobooks. Same thing as you with the Audible. You just, you find the subjects that you're interested in and you dive right in, right? It's fucking spirituality or fucking growing, mushrooms, fucking health, working out, whatever. I used to, bodybuilding, fucking, I used to do that when I was younger. Fucking, I love doing that, targeting specific muscle groups, fucking, learning about how many sets or reps or whatever, fucking getting, how to eat a lot of more protein and, what supplements and such to take. So, you get into a subject and you're thirsty about it, you find what you can, whether it's Audible or on a book, whatever.
The only thing that I don't, like I said, I love Audible, but I think it would be so much better if we could get more authors to read their shit, to be honest with you, because then you're gonna get more of the compassion or passion in general of whatever the subject they're diving into. And I don't know, I think it would add a lot a lot to the reading of the book, I guess.
Yeah, the first book I read like that was fucking like, yeah, I think fucking John Boy or something, like Where the Red Fern Grows or some shit. Didn't he write that book, or at least read it or something? That was the first book on tape I ever read, but that I remember getting and like on a road trip with mom and dad to fucking Yosemite or some shit. But and that's right where I found, like it all, or Lord of the Rings, fucking whatever, Jim Dale reading fucking Harry Potter or whatever, like people's voices and inflections and the way they put emphasis on something, it really enhances your experience. And that's what it's all about, having a different experience than your mind is used to, that you're used to creating for yourself or your family, that you're around with your family or your school or wherever the fuck you happen to go. Because I've been lots of fucking, out, with my other condition, Give a Wish Foundation freaking sent me to, I wanted to go to Japan, but they were like, oh no, we don't have enough money to send you there. So we're just going to like send you to Disney World. You can go to Epcot Center. So that's what I did when I was younger. They fucking sent me there, and I went to like MGM Studios and fucking had my heart and my fucking in my neck on this drop zone type. It was a Tower of Terror or some bullshit. Fucking, I don't like dropping. I love roller coasters, so I thought I'd like that shit. So, but no, I don't like just straight dropping. That's not like fun. That just makes me feel sick. But I like to fucking any other big ass roller coaster. That's some fun shit. But yeah, fucking, like I said, I went, went to, with the vision shit, fucking had the ability to go to, fucking, I guess right before graduation, went to Close Up and, went to Capitol Building and the White House, all that kind of bullshit. So that was kind of cool. And, but also got to go to, my favorite experience was instead of graduation, I went to Europe like a couple days early, flew into France, stayed there for a little over a week, visited a couple monuments and whatnot there, fucking Eiffel Tower, fucking bunch of different shit. But and then traveled through Belgium and Germany, went to a castle out there, all made of fucking some big ass specific stone that was that region, and you know, twisted the shit out of my ankle helping some friends downstairs. Stupid shit. It's an uneven ass stairs, but bunch of antler fucking chandeliers and shit. Makes you not want to fucking be an elk back in the day, I guess. But yeah, and then Germany, fucking, where is it? Holland, Rotterdam. Met a blind guy out there that was living in the jungle for a portion of his adult life and adolescent life, whatever, for, you know, at least 20 years or some shit, and was like making all these bird calls and it was the best fucking, I forgot what game we were playing, but it was basically like a air hockey type of situation, but a little bit much more difficult when, especially if you're blind. But had this heavy ball, and he was just the best fight. He was actually like a competitor or whatever for that. Anyway, fucking Rotterdam, Amsterdam. Fucking Amsterdam was the shit. Got to smoke some weed out there. Went to a couple different cafes and yep. Freaking flew back myself through Chicago O'Hare. It was fucking lame, but at least I can get around internationally if I fucking need to. Could prove that to myself.
What of your journey through Europe were you able to find some cannabis? Where were you most surprised that you found cannabis over there in Europe?
Okay, so we just went to like a regular fucking nightclub, and I mean, we were, you know, people were dancing a little bit or whatever, and I'm just like, let's fucking go smoke some weed. This is boring. I don't want to, there's not that many people here, number one, and there's, you know, anyway, so we'll go up to the bar, and I was like, you guys have any weed? Oh yeah, freaking, it looked like a Carcio Vega blunt wrap case, and it literally said blunt. So okay, I was like, what, a blunt? That's kind of, I mean, I didn't know you guys were just gonna roll me a blunt, but so I go out front, smoke it, and, you know, ask the security guard, hey man, do you mind if I fucking light this up? He's like, oh, I have asthma, so you know, walk across the street and go ahead and fire it up, bro. So I get my friends, we go smoke this, go to light it up. It's just a zigzag. It's just a joint. So I guess I guess that's the terminology over there. They call them blunts, but which was fine with me. As long as it just has weed in it. I don't want no fucking tobacco, really. I just want to smoke some weed. So that was cool. Went to that was like the weirdest place. And then after all my whole group left, I had actually stayed for an extra 2 or 3 days in Amsterdam at the youth hostel we were staying at. And fucking parched. Here's some tea. And so I went from the youth hostel to the cafe and ordered some fucking hash and a couple of, you know, what they call them. You go down the fucking stairs and you press the menu button and it lights up. Fucking first thing you see is Jamaican reefers. Fuck yeah, bro. Fucking I'll try some weed from Jamaica. It was just some fucking not good weed that they were calling Jamaican reefers. And then I got some hash because I had never like been to a dispensary at this point. I just graduated, you know, not just graduated high school and fucking so I went to my local dealer's house and whatnot, but never gone to a fucking dispensary. So I just order a bunch of shit. I order a couple of different types of weed, the Jamaican reefers, and I think it was a grade 3 or number 3 hash or something like that, but it was black, you know, as opposed to the blonde, obviously. So I should obviously ordered the more blonde shit, but it was pretty tasty. I freaking ordered some cannabis tea, asked them how they made it. They just fucking pour a little milk in it. So cool, I'll try it the way you guys try it. And then I crumbled a little bit of, you know, hash on on a pipe or in a doobie or something. It was a doob. Fucking smoked my first joint in a cafe, and it's pretty cool. Like, I like the other shit that was even cooler. I have a picture of a guy right out there in Dam Square, and he was fucking balancing what's the bicycle that fucking with two of them on it? What the fuck is it called? Fucking idiot right now. You know what I'm talking about, Eagle?
Yes, I do know what you're talking about with the one big wheel and it's got the little wheel behind it. Is that the one you're talking about?
With the for the
or is it a
tandem.
unicycle?
Tandem.
Ah,
Yeah, so he was riding a unicycle, I think, and then he had a fucking tandem on his chin that he was balancing on some I forgot exactly where. I have a picture in my, anyway, and then he was like juggling all these different types of shit. So he had a fucking chainsaw that was running, of course, fucking a butcher knife, a torch, a bowling ball, all this different shit, different size weights, all, meat, like a fucking meat cleaver, and he was juggling it all over the tandem bike. So that was like probably one of the coolest fucking, other than just the buildings out in Europe are beautiful, and riding on the trains out there, and but we went to a small little town called Harlow where they still made wooden shoes. And so we fucking got some wooden shoes that were handmade, last place. And that was pretty cool. Saw all sorts of different intricately, Sunday shoes and cowboy boots and for kids and adult. It was just cool shit to see. I don't know. All made out of willow, of course. And yeah, that's a fucking awesome plant. But yeah, fucking Europe, it's dope.
well, it'd be nice. It'd be a fucking hell of a place to see. It's awesome, brother. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had the ability to go a couple more places and stay more than 2 weeks. Do I have my glass? Is my glass anywhere?
There's a glass right here.
No, my
No,
not because that's there.
your water one? That's up there.
No, the one I was gonna pour the whiskey in. It was my little barrel glass.
Oh,
I don't have it.
oh, it's right there in front of TV.
Oh, it's in front of the
Take
TV.
by that cactus.
Okay.
On this side.
All right.
You want some?
How you doing tonight, Eagle? Fucking congratulations on becoming a grandpa, bro.
Oh man, that's awesome. Thank you very much, man. I'm very, very much looking forward to it.
Hell yeah. It's cool as fuck, dude.
She was flipping names back and forth with me today. I'm like, you know the one I want. You know the one I want. Why are we going?
Eagle.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Shit. Hell yeah. That's awesome. So yeah, you said it was a boy, huh? I heard that earlier, I think, or last night.
Yep.
That's dope, dude.
And it's as a father of 3 girls, man, I'm stoked about the idea of having a grandson, throwing some balls around, when he gets older, teaching him some sports. I love my girls, but they weren't about the sports. they didn't even get two shits about sports. So be fun. It'll be fun. Thank you for the congrats on that, brother.
Yeah, a lot more fucking.
So
actually be rougher with the boys and whatnot. I love having cousins that were guys because I couldn't much easier to be rough with them.
oh man, I actually because I've got a lot of nephews, And when they'd come over and hang out, the barbecues and shit, I would run them poor boys ragged. Come on, who's up for some more fucking football? Fucking whatever, man. It was always good times. Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
So does cannabis help with your other conditions besides your vision? With the other one you're describing, it seems like cannabis, you know, if you're having to eat every 4 hours, consuming cannabis would be right there with it. Would yes, no?
Yeah, that's exactly why pretty much like, appetite enhancement, fucking the pain relief aspect, obviously, with the rhabdo and all that shit, fucking with the muscle eating, basically, like it's real painful. I get real fucking I like seize up a little bit, like, like tighten up. I can hardly bend my arms and shit. It's just real fucking painful. So smoking weed fucking definitely helps with that, or eating it is actually the best. But in terms of the pain relief aspect and whatnot, but yeah, those are pretty much the two reasons why. And other than, having those shits and like having died twice when I was a baby and like having a catastrophic illness where in theory, I could fucking die. Fucking, if I don't treat myself correctly, if I don't, take care of myself or whatever, eat the right amount, not eat too much of certain types of foods, and then stay hydrated. Also, like with sustaining whatever the fuck I'm doing, whether it's sleeping, skateboarding, running around town acting a fool, staying up all night, getting fucking getting crazy or whatever. If you don't take care of yourself, obviously you fucking could die. So like just taking that whole, and then having to worry all the time about what to eat and when to eat, especially when I was a kid. So I was just stressed out about that shit. So I just think finally my mind needed to kind of calm down and start to learn to accept shit. And that's what, mushrooms and all that kind of shit helps you just slow down and accept shit, you know what I mean? Fucking take what you're given and like move the fuck on, and you know what I mean? Don't let shit hold you back. Like that's really where it's at, is don't let something stop you just because you have a disability or whatever the fuck. Who cares? Like, push your limits. Like also fucking that's what that's what I always done, because I'm a stubborn motherfucker. But you got to push beyond your beyond your level of comfortability, and find what fucking works and be a determined person. I don't know.
Man, I was saying that with somebody I love very much today that struggles with issues with that. And I've been actually, with the help of somebody in chat, I don't know if they want to be named or not, trying to encourage them to actually start microdosing and whatnot. And that's I said those very words today. You have to get out of your comfort zone. Being here, being in the same environment day after day after day gets you into a weird place. You know what I mean? You have to start getting out more, getting out of your comfort zone, and slowly building your confidence and comfort level outside. And I agree 100%. And to anybody that's contemplating the use of psilocybin for ailments like that, you have a little advice, for anybody debating what should I or shouldn't I?
Oh, I mean, sure, if it's the correct I don't want to say that that would be applicable to everyone, but certainly if the set and setting is correct, you know what I mean? Obviously that's a huge thing, intention and what's your motivation? Why? What's your, you know, why are you doing it? And, you know, to put yourself in a different space. Well, there's quite a few things you could do to put yourself in a different space other than mushrooms, but, you know, like meditation, obviously, you know, just sitting down and smoke some weed if that's your meditation, because that was mine for a long ass time. You know, sit down and relax, you do some qigong or some, that's, I mean, do some meditation, whatever you're, yoga, whatever the fuck you're into. I don't know, like martial arts. Like I love martial arts as a kid. Fucking, I like wrestling and judo and kempo and bodybuilding and just fucking, you know, screama, fucking weapons, you know what I mean? Like shit's weapons disarming, and you know what I mean? That shit's fucking awesome. I think that's what is that, Filipino art form and martial arts art form? Fucking, you know, playing a musical instrument. I played trumpet, drums. Trumpet was my shit because my grandpa was actually a pretty famous jazz musician and played up and down the fucking Mississippi River and whatnot, and yeah, on the fucking gambling boats or whatever. Fucking that shit's pretty cool. He's got a couple of CDs. He played, you know, gave me a silver box trumpet when I was like 8-10 years old. I forgot what it was, and I just jumped in band, and so I was even learning like a little bit of improv, and then he actually asked for it back, or maybe it was a couple years later when I actually had lost interest, but you know, basically he left and I didn't really pursue it anymore past that. Played a little bit of guitar fucking not too long, you know, a couple of years ago, but more nowadays. Anyway, talking about mushrooms and whatnot. Yeah, dude, fucking fishing for some people is a meditation, you know, anything could be a meditation. Cause that's, but yeah, I mean, mushrooms are awesome. I like them with chocolate.
Chocolates are good for sure. How many cats? What's that one's name behind you? He keeps like, he's in the house there.
Yeah, that's Banshee. She likes to freaking, she was actually born not 10 feet from here. So, but the reason, yeah, and so that's Banshee. And there's also, I got like a couple of cats here. We got, Dabby, or Stumpy as I call her sometimes, but she's a little underwear gnome. And and then let's see, yeah, Dabby, Piney, Banshee,
Dexter,
Callie, Dexter. So like one of them was found, one of them, and Doja. And so yeah, Dabby just like freaking Sub's dog, and Piney because that's like my favorite terp. Callie, Jen, you know, Jen named her, but like we found this cat, Doja, at her work. That was, and it was pregnant and it had a bunch of babies in the dumpster. So fucking somebody threw them in there and shit just recently, and so we ended up coming home with one, and she immediately, before we can get her fixed, freaking got pregnant. So got rid of a couple of those cats, and this is what we're left with. I got a rabbit too. I got Leela, the dog, and I got 7 chickens. And you know, I got quite a little homestead going on here, fucking zoo. I got a bunch of gardening space out in the yard. I hand tilled everything, freaking did all the amendments, compost, you know, old fucking mushroom substrate, you know, also anything, any kind of waste, freaking boxes, you know, papers, all that, anything. So yeah, I'm a composting fool. Freaking haven't really brought any of that inside, but I do have a worm compost inside, and like to mix my own soil. Freaking Yeah, got a greenhouse outside as well. So bunch of herbs, fruit trees, vegetables, freaking perennials.
Yeah. Where do you like to source the inputs for your soil from?
Mostly just my own waste, whether it be, like I said, boxes or any cardboard waste. Paper bags, groceries, freaking shred them up all by hand or with the shredder, with the paper shredder. And yeah, old mail, freaking kitchen scraps, coffee. We have her niece works at a Starbucks, so get as much coffee grounds as I want. Old mushroom substrate, that's for me. Freaking what else? Leaves from neighbors. I want to get wood chips going on. I just need to hit up the local arborist and either that or go to I don't really source stuff from like the local dump, but if I had to in a pinch I could, but I pretty much start from scratch. We have in our compost that I've left for a couple of years. I have a dead, we had 8 chickens and now we have 7. So Littlefoot died. Freaking she's in the compost. So I'll just leave that alone for a couple of years. But yeah, freaking manure from local, from my chickens. And also I'm going to get some from the local horse and donkey. Yeah. Guy that owns a horse and donkey and shit. So ask them a couple questions about what they feed their animals and hopefully get their manure as well. And then I can do some more, but I got a huge compost out back and a lot of different perennials I've been planting, especially. And I bought like 7 or 8 fruit trees, bare root fruit trees last year. So I freaking blended, made my own soil for that. And they're just in 30-gallon pots or whatever until further notice, till I can find out where to set up. Shut up, Leela. You're good. Like the dog's crazy. But yeah, man.
So it sounds like you and Johnny got a little bit discussing on the mushroom substrate, possibly.
I mean, I don't really do it myself, although like I understand how you could there's a whole like thing you could build to, and it doesn't take much. I mean, but yeah, you could definitely build one, and as long as you raise it up off the ground, you should up off the, as long as you don't have linoleum, raise it up off the ground. If you do, and you just steam the shit, pasteurize the shit out of it, and you can make your own. But with fucking manure and straw and I think cocoa or this is like a blend of shit. You don't want and then you just want to get it to full capacity and fucking of water. So I don't know. I just buy it already made. Friggin', it's not too expensive. Just buy a bigger package of it, and then you can inoculate your after you inoculate your spawn, then let that grow for a couple weeks, and all it takes is a cold, warm, dark place. I think mushrooms like about 75, 78, I believe it is. Anyway, I haven't been going for the last little while, but I took a little break from everything. Freaking long season this last season, so a lot of harvesting outdoor veggies. I got a whole room full of food in the next room over, so potatoes, squash, fucking three different types of squash, apples, walnuts, fucking hella shit. But yeah,
Awesome.
Growing mushrooms is fun. Got some pink oyster mushrooms.
I've never grown them myself. I was tempted to this year. Actually, Tanaze's garden sent me one of those his kits there,
Yeah, the Fable or whatever.
and when it got here, yeah, I fucking lost the mushroom, the syringe full of fucking shit. So I never fucking grew it out. I fucking was quite bummed, but that was gonna be my first run at it. But I never gave it a second shot.
Yeah, I just put mine in the refrigerator because and I got a couple of different ones. I think I got some pink oysters but yeah, I like I like all different kinds. I want to check out some more lion's mane and reishi and chaga, all turkey tail especially, the shit like that turkey tail would fucking save a lot of people with cancer's lives, you know what I mean? Like that's what Paul Stamets used for his mom, I believe it was, and who had like stage 4. Fucking there's plenty of other different shit like oregano oil and O3 therapy, which is like basically morning dew, the water that has like an extra oxygen molecule, whatever, supposedly. And that's what people at massage school that I was going, Hartwood, that's what they were teaching. Some of the, the nutritional guru dude there, fucking Paul Pitchford, who wrote Healing with Whole Foods. It's a good book. You know what I mean? I took 2 cycles of his nutrition class because I got sick during the time I was up there and missed a couple, 5 days or something, 7 days, and I couldn't make it up. So I had to come back the next session. So I took a little bit more nutrition than most of my contemporaries or whatever. And so anyway, that guy, Healing with Whole Foods by Paul Pitchford, that's a good book to learn about food combining and different types of, which is it's a type of quote unquote diet or, philosophy of eating where, yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things to it, but anyway, a lot of it follows like traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurvedic medicine and those kinds of teaching as well. And then, adding things like microalgae. So examples of that would be, blue-green algae, or its traditional name, chlorella. And then, there's spirulina, and then there's wild blue-green algae, which is different than the chlorella, the blue-green algae. So, but microalgae was like the first thing on the fucking planet, supposedly. And so they can, some of the qualities are like, it can supposedly help you affect your RNA and rebuild mitochondria. And, it's a couple of great things. It's very, a shit ton of chlorophyll in it, protein, fucking all these different things. But anyway, you want the closed, or wait, I think it's the closed cell chlorella that you want. But yeah, because if it's broke, if anything's like cut, broken open, all that, it's going to start its oxygenation and in degradation. So that's pretty much. And then of course, sourcing whatever, whether it's compost, manure, wood chips, the preference is to know where it's from. So knowing where your medicine comes from it's clutch, That's why we grow our own, right? To know that all the medicine that you're smoking right now is 100% clean. There was no Avid, there's no Eagle 20, there's no, whatever the fuck on it, residual oils.
I did write down that title. I am going to check out that book.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking informative, and guy's pretty smart. Like, yeah, his son's fucking cool as fuck too. Like,
I don't think people are necessarily, take into effect how some foods actually do affect you and can be the cause of some ailments. I listened to a book called The Dirt Cure, and they talk about microbes in the gut. But the first thing that doctor talks about is wanting to see the patient sample because it was directly kind of the answer to the cause, basically. And she talked about pulling foods out one by one and replacing them, you know, as they kind of clear your system and you know they're good for you. But yeah, she said a lot of our ailments, anxieties, inflammation and shit like that's caused by the foods we eat.
Yeah, cancers, friggin' Alzheimer's, which my grandpa actually recently just died from. Fucking, there's, you know what I mean? Like that shit is, cannabis would help protect, mylar sheaths, fucking, you know what I mean? Like there's all these different types of, benefits to, and it sucks that people, some people are adverse. My grandpa was a cop and was in the military and all this different shit. And, just didn't believe in, from Kansas, you know what I mean? Like just didn't fucking believe in the shit. And, if you were to bring it up to him, he'd just fucking shut you right down, I'm sure. But fucking great man nonetheless, and smart man. And I just, we just didn't always agree, but fucking anyway, it's just crazy. I wish you could share some information with some people. You just don't want to offend them too much, especially if they're a little older. You got a lot of respect for them. Didn't want to push his boundaries too much, but anyway, fucking a lot of shit can affect the mind body connection in terms of all the diet and whatnot. Like that's very key. Like that's why, for somebody that's, having stomach issues, you're going to battle shit like, you can have like, depression, all sorts of different type, you drink some apple cider vinegar, and that's actually one of the small, one shot or two of that can actually help your digestion. Because if your stomach ain't working right, your mind ain't working right, you get upset easily or whatever. But yeah, I like, that's what I do. I freaking just try to find food medicines, and whether it's, ginger for helping your breathing, or fucking bergamot, fucking garlic, you know what I mean? There's all sorts of different natural remedies for shit. But eating a whole food well-rounded, lots of greens, lots of different seeds and grains and shit, like that should be a majority. Nuts and fruits and such. But fruits, they're, with the food combining, that's supposed to be, eaten a little bit separately, because that's like the first thing, sugars and whatnot, that's what your body wants to break down first. So usually with something like an orange or an apple, you'd want to eat that between like right in the middle of the two times that you're going to eat your your larger meals or whatever, your main meals. Like a bunch of liquids and stuff like that. Like you're gonna you drink like cold sodas, a lot of people drink cold sodas with their meal or with their pizza or whatever. You're gonna be cooling down your digestive fire, so you're not going to be able to combust that food and make that energy. So
What strains have you found that have been good for stomach ailments or help with this stomach problem?
I mean, I don't personally have too many stomach problems for the most part. I try to, eat pretty good and all that shit. But yeah, I don't know. It was like cannabis in general, especially if you can, supposedly if you can get some of that chlorophyll out of your edibles, that can help if you have a especially sensitive stomach. So that's one thing, you can, if you're making butter or something like that, you can put it in water in the freezer, and then after, refreezing and then removing the ice that's separated from the fat, then you can get rid of that. Chlorophyll is usually still held in that water. So, for somebody that's having stomach issues, but I really encourage shit like drinking kefir, like drinking kombucha if you can, if you know what I mean, your stomach's not too sensitive. But getting those microbes, just like, you know, in the soil, fucking, that's what's really going to help you out. Those good cultures and bacterias. And if you don't have that, and you're not going to be able to break down some of that shit, that's where you can have some more, you know, more effects in other ways, irritation, depression, and all that shit. But not that everything's caused like that. Obviously, there's yeah. And
Which has been your favorite? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, nothing. You're good. You're good, bro. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, which one's been your favorite to grow so far? Which strain?
Oh, man. There's so many. I mean, those were just, I mean, I named off a few, but I can't, I mean, I've fucking forgotten more than I've grown. I mean, more than I can remember. So, fucking, I don't know. It was cool to have certain strains, you know what I mean? Fucking cool to have the Blissful Wizard right when it was first being popular, and certain different cookies and shit like that for sure. But like, to be honest with you, that was just mainly for getting rid of it and whatnot. But in terms of like, you know, actually growing it, fuck. I mean, this train wreck I'm growing right now, this blueberry blood wreck, the vintage blueberry crossed to the fucking blood wreck, that shit is fire. I mean, I'm re-vegging that shit, so I like that train wreck flavor. Fucking, I love OGs. I love cheese. I love just about I mean, name it. I like all weed. As long as it don't taste like grass or hay or fucking pepper. I don't really like pepper. Sorry guys, for those of you that like beta caryophyllene, it's just not my shit. But
You know, that for being the cure to anxiety seems to be the key to anxiety for me.
okay.
I don't know, them peppery strains, man, get me pacing and shit.
Yeah, that's probably why I don't prefer them. But that's, I mean, if it worked, fucking hey, dude, if it works for you, you know, get that shit. Hell yeah, respect. I don't hate on nobody, no matter if you know what I mean. Fuck that. If it works for you, fucking rock it, dude. Yeah, I'm fucking
Just kind
excited.
of amazes me sometimes how one can work so well for somebody, and then, you know, just an oddball like me, it's completely the opposite. Yeah, throws me off a little bit. For most, it seems to be very good, though.
Yeah, no, you're not
So,
oddball. You're good.
oh, I'm an oddball.
I'm an oddball, right? He's like, don't look at this motherfucker. I'm oddball, baby.
So you've been lucky enough to see the California cannabis scene and Oregon. Both of them have had their ups and downs. Seems like Cali's in their bad spot right now. Which one do you prefer? How's the Oregon cannabis scene versus the Cali cannabis scene?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of like the real I mean, like we're all connected, right? Like, I mean, it's all, but I mean, I know we're separated by laws, and yeah, sure, their geographics are a little different, but I mean, let's just say like there's the culture everywhere. And so that's one good thing. You know, Mendo fucking comes right here in the smallest little dinky town right next door and fucking puts on a festival, you know what I mean? So like weed culture and weed people are everywhere. Like, but I mean, in terms of weather, in terms of geography, all that shit, like I fucking love growing in Sonoma County. I fucking love growing in Sacramento County. I love growing in, you know, Nevada and fucking, you know what I mean? I was there for a small amount of time. Oregon is fucking much, you know, obviously, you know, with Nevada and all that shit, you got the desert, and in Sacramento, it's a little hot, whatnot. But Sonoma County's fucking perfect. Like there's not much you could ask for better in terms of like ease of growing, indoors, outdoors, all that. But up here, you got to be a little bit more adaptable with the snow, with the altitude, you know, sometimes the wind. So there's all sorts of different shit you got to obviously take into consideration. And that's the difference. I guess there's laws and shit, but that's it, you know. I don't know. I'm not very like plugged in. I went to a couple of meetings for the local folks here, but just to kind of, you know, meet some people and get and all that shit. But I'm kind of like, you know, yeah, I don't know. I just kind of stick to myself a lot, you know. I've had some bad experiences with just fucking, you know, people are like, oh, where's the weed at? Fucking over here, motherfucker. Like, let's fucking burn one. And then, you know, they pull a fucking gun on you. So I'm a little bit like leery sometimes, but that's where I met Chris, was at this thing, right? Or no, that was at another friend's house.
Yeah, it was at our friend's house.
But we did go to that meeting together though. But that was what was that meeting about?
The meeting was about the laws. They were trying to keep out the dispensaries in town. And the one guy in town was trying to have his open. And everyone got sick of them just allowing one person to open up a dispensary.
Can I just say that this guy right here sounds like fucking Adam Dunn? Does he not? I don't know. What do you think, Eagle?
I can definitely see the similarity there.
Yeah, at least the similarity. Sure. But yeah, fucking Chris. Yeah, dude. That was a cool little meeting though. I mean, we went to a couple of those, but I don't know. What did you say about people, how it is out here, the culture?
Well, I mean, I've been in both instances. I've had more hassle in California for having weed. I've been in Oregon almost 30 years, and I've never once ever been hassled, even when it wasn't legal. You know, you always had that cool cop, or you always had that one instance where somebody's like, "Hey, you smoking a joint? I'm gonna look away because I want to do the paperwork." Yeah, it's almost a little lazier, honestly.
I've seen some. I've heard a couple of friends get pulled over by staters, obviously, and that's, you know, they just really don't care. Yeah. And fucking, they'll have a bong in their lap, kids in the back seat, you know, like, you know, and yeah, fucking he's bong still smoking, damn near. Like,
one of the biggest things about Oregon is it's kind of, I don't know, it's got like a rebel state mentality. You know, people have always just kind of done what they want. You know, if you want to deal with city, you can deal with city. If you don't, you can go out to the woods and grow your weed and not be bothered. So and it's always got that kind of, we do what we want. It's kind of Wild West still out here.
Jefferson County type shit. Was that right? Yeah. Fucking versus or what anyway, but that's why my buddy pretty much moved out here, who invited me originally. We went out to the mountains to grow some fucking weed out in the middle of nowhere. I lived in this one horse town where literally up there freaking cop cars have disappeared and shit, like supposedly is like a cop car disappeared a number of years ago. But fucking bikers everywhere and all that shit. Like, it's fucking, you know, downtown there was wasn't there a like, cartel grow as of recent?
Yeah, it was like 5,000 pounds or something, and it's right next to the college.
Okay, so I had a friend that walked by that in the parking lot and walked through, and even with the guys, supposedly some of the guys that had, the cartel guys or wherever that come through anyway to clean up and shit, and they're just like, oh, you can have that and this, and it was just shitty weed, you know what I mean? Like, sorry to say, but
that's an only an Oregon thing. Would you have a cartel get a grocery shut down? They're like, hey, it's not any better than the dispensaries, give it away.
Well, no, the that's the thing I was gonna say about that place. It's just like I went there and I just wasn't happy. I mean, there's a couple other ones in town that had a couple of decent offerings, but most of the shit I had tried, and they were saying that this is their best, and I smelt it all, and it just didn't have very much of a smell anymore. It's real dry. It's like, even if you're in Arizona, I've been, Arizona, and freaking just kept it, just try to keep it moist. You can't leave that to, I didn't even know till last night you guys were talking about turkey bags. And they're permeable. I didn't even know that. I don't know why I didn't know that, but it's probably because I don't use turkey bags. I use jars, but
Man, I tell you, they fucking, as somebody that's fixing to move the grow to a new location, I'm looking at all these fucking jars going, God, this is gonna, so how do I move all these fucking jars, man? This fucking sucks, man. I'm gonna have to fucking get some papers or something, wrap up all these jars, all this glass, man. Yeah. But
when I
that is
moved,
the way to go, I think.
yeah, when I moved, I wrapped everything with all my freaking, I used towels, clothes, sheets, whatever the hell I could freaking use, wrapping all my, and it was crazy because I had even more jars than I do now, probably. Well, maybe that's not true, but anyway, I had quite a few jars, especially gallon ones, and those are the difficult ones, I would say. I mean, the rest are kind of more simple. Stack all together. Yeah, freaking, it's fun
So it
living up
sounds
here.
like they're still somewhat open to home growing there in Oregon.
Yeah, it's like, 4 plants per household and all that kind of good shit. Freaking 6 if you got a medical license, and I think you can probably apply for more, and just give them your address and what you're doing and how give them all this fucking information. I mean, I'm sure it's, my buddy, I had a couple of friends that were growing. What was Jacob able to do? Like
48.
Yeah, 48. So yeah, he was a caregiver for multiple people. And couldn't you get more or no?
You can be a grower for 4 people and 6 plants, I believe it is, or something. And then you can have different amounts on different residencies. So
Okay.
I mean, it really depends on how you work it. It's like any other government system. There's loopholes to be found if you work it.
So what you have to own multiple properties, and then you can obviously grow more.
Yeah. That's how a lot of people were doing it. You just put 4 cars in each property and just buy them in a lot.
Yeah, I don't got that extra kind of cash. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I guess you can supposedly find if they're not. Anyway, we can talk about that shit later. You can buy some property for cheap.
When Michigan went wreck here, it was funny because it's kind of like what you guys are talking about there. Fucking every household could have 12. So if you had a relative that, grandpa, grandma, uncle didn't grow or did grow, you either cut them in or just ask for space. And there you are. Mind if I just throw a couple 12 down the back 40 there?
Yeah, I'm the only person in my family that lives in this state anymore, but again, all my family's in California and next state over, and then Nevada and all over the place. But hell yeah, that's a fucking good idea.
If I count as well.
Hell yeah.
So is there any strains that you're looking to put in the garden sometime soon? There's a lot of hype shit out there and just a lot of overall good shit that isn't hype yet. So anything you're looking to put in the garden?
So last season I grew a bunch of testers from the American one, OG Chem B blueberry, like I said, the Blood Wreck blueberry, the proprietary blueberry, and then I had a black rhino last season outdoor. I had a couple other ones too. I had from Mystic Marks. I had the Rainbow Bright. Only one of those came through, and then it ended up being a male, so I was unfortunate, but luck, that's what happens. And then there's a couple other ones. I had some other cookies and some other shit that I'd gotten for free. But what am I excited about running next? I mean, I got some shit from Smiley, that'd be cool to pop. I got some more shit from American one, that'd be great. I got some of that ninja fruit I won from on your show. I've been looking to grow that for the longest. Who else? I mean, Johnny's DOA. I mean, you know, I've been running quite a few TGAs recently. So, but I'd love to grow the anything with fucking black lime reserve in it. Anything OG, of course. I mean, not anything OG, but anything of a high quality gassy, you know, like real OG.
Big fan of Fire OG.
Fire would be good. Fire's gassy, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything real gassy, real pungent. Cheese, I'd love to get anything with cheese in it again, of course. We're all looking for that. I mean, many of us are.
I have to put a hash strain or two in for the press.
Yeah, some hash strain. Yeah, hash plant, that'd be good. I already got that train wreck, so I'm pretty happy, you know, with the terps on that. We just dabbed some of that before the show.
Oh man,
And that was fucking delicious. Clean as fuck. And so that's what I really like, the train wreck terps. Yeah, I've been smoking a lot of different grape and shit and as of years prior, and a lot of diesel, so I like that shit, but I've had a lot of it. I've had a lot of cookies, so I'm kind of over a lot of the cookies. Yeah, anything pungent, man. Anything that smells like socks and dead things. I don't know.
Good guess.
Anything that smells just fucked up. Like, oh, I don't know if I should smoke that, guys. As long as it doesn't smell, you know, obviously nothing like fucking mold or no bullshit like that. But what are you excited about growing, Eagle? That's what I want to know, brother.
Everything's kind of on hold for me right now.
Right.
Kind of winding things down, and then gonna have to move the whole grow and then set back up, man. But I've got a few good things. I've got some stuff there from Florida Nugs that sent me. I've got some stuff from Smiley I need to run. I've got testers from Tight and Med
Hell
Grower that I need to run out as well. I've got there's quite a few good things I'm really excited about once I get set back up. Actually, I've been looking around, man. I'm like, gosh, it's so hard to just like, I don't think I've been this close to shutting down completely in fucking 20 years. Yeah, that's good. And I'm fucking just itching nervous about that shit. Shit, even when I moved up here 5 years ago, I grew right up until that last harvest, and then I took 72 fucking nicely sized veg 3-gallon pots. 72 ready to fucking pretty much ready to flip.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Run them up the highway in a fucking snowmobile trailer, and then fucking and then fucking they actually sat outside of this area for probably 2 days in the darkness, parked in the shade so it wouldn't get too hot. I'd open it up once a night when fucking nobody was looking, until I kind of figured out what was going around my surroundings. And then I fucking backed that trailer up, and it was almost in reverse order, where fucking I pull out a fucking couple of lights, hung them bitches, and immediately pulled them plants out and set them underneath that bitch, and fucking just let them veg for a fucking week in there. So in that right there, out in the open, you know, as I set up the fucking tents and shit, and then fucking went right, you know what I mean? So I had a little bit of shit I sat on to smoke throughout that fucking flower period there. That was actually the closest I had ever been since I fucking been growing to being completely out of pot. And I've said this as well. The only fucking jar that I've ever come close to curing, you know what I mean, long-term curing, was a jar I had of some Sweet Island Kush that I had fucking. I was on the fence about it, man. It was good, but it wasn't outstanding.
Right.
And I had packed it in this armoire full of shit, and I was fucking out of weed. I was fucking smoking roaches. I had fucking went through everything I had tucked out, and I found that jar and pulled it out, and it was fucking, it smelled so good. So good. I mean, completely changed my mind. It was like one of them 2020s. If I known it could have been this, maybe I would have saved it. But then in hindsight, I kind of talked about if it takes that long to turn it into something else. You know what I mean? Kind of putting lipstick on a turd at that point. You know what I mean? It should be that good going into the jar. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have to put it up for a few months and go, well, it wasn't so bad. But I was happy to fucking find that thing, man. That was the closest I'd been on it. And that didn't carry me too far. I actually did have to buy a couple of zips before the next harvest. But I don't know if I'll be that coordinated this move. I'm actually anticipating a little dry spot, or maybe even a period with no plants, and I'm hoping that ain't the case. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
I'm
been
not really too excited about putting anything in the dirt right now, brother. I'm afraid I may lose it.
yeah. Well, I'm the same way until I get back from visiting Blinded by the Light and Johnny Caniseed. Fucking, they leave. I leave tomorrow, so I leaving there for a week, going to my first time to Vegas, and then dipping over to AZ to visit the other fool and fucking his brother who I went to school with. And man, I fucking haven't seen that guy. Came up up here last year, Blinded by the Light. Fucking helped me make some chocolate milk stout. I have my mini fridge to this day. It's been aging for a year now, and because I brew beer as well. And so that was just anyway, I got to repay the visit. He came a year ago, so I haven't been drinking that much beer lately. Been on a whiskey mission. Freaking trying all the different flavors that are available, and it's just like cannabis in so many ways. Like, you know, you got to be a little more careful with it. Obviously, you drink too much whiskey, you'll be falling out. But you know, in moderation, and you know, to those who have addictive personalities, be extremely careful, or just don't do it at all, because it deserves fucking respect. It's a harsh medicine. It's a hard medicine. Just like I don't believe in like you know, just like who's that guy does the show about more what's his fucking name? I know I'm being fucking not descriptive right now. But the guy that Harris Morrison, or
I'm not sure.
anyway, he basically was he says like there's no bad drug, you know what I mean? Like it's just all in how you use it and how it's meant to be used. I mean, if you abuse it, then it's going to be a bad drug for you. But there's applications for so many different things for different ailments. And but anyway, it's just a fun journey for me, I would say, like trying different flavors, finding banana, and fucking also like my grandma who lived to be 102, that's what she would drink on a hot day. So that's like a romantic thing, similar to how tobacco was for me for a while. Like, you know, rye whiskey is like same shit. Freaking reminds me of family, reminds me of coffee. You know, coffee reminds me of family, you know. I know you got a French press, Eagle. You like coffee, right?
Love coffee.
Hell yeah.
Coffee.
I just got a
My
5-pound
daughter-
bag of Starbucks Blonde or whatever the fuck it is. I just got a 5-pound bag of that shit. Fucking, it's all right. Tastes more like tea than coffee, but
I too had the Starbucks hookup. The oldest, who is now pregnant, is a barista at Starbucks and shift manager there as well. So she gets, that's forever. I haven't seen her in a minute, and I guarantee when I do, she'll have a tote full of fucking Starbucks coffee for me, because I get the one bag a week, and she always hooks me up. She's actually the one that introduced me to the French press, and it's a total different cup. Yeah, you're right. There's just something there, that frosty head. I think all the caffeine's in that top, the head of it, you slurp off there. I
Yeah,
think
it's the
that's
best.
straight caffeine right there.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I like the stronger coffees. I like freaking a lot of different types of coffees though too. Ethiopian, fucking. I like it. I like all. I just like bitter, chocolatey, fucking anything. It's good. Fucking flavor, man. It's like the spice of life. Just just like with herb, fucking that. But yeah,
So have
that's
you
like.
ever tried to infuse any of your cannabis in some of your brews there or distills? A little can of whiskey or perhaps a little can of beer?
No, not
Is it
yet, but
possible?
yeah, it's definitely possible. And I mean, because you can, especially, I mean, I make my own infused sugar. So I guess if you were adding sugar, especially when you would obviously have to cook it and melt it and all that. But yeah, you could probably infuse it like that. I've had some friends that have done it, but I've never done it just because I thought it would like, bastardize it some way or whatever. And also I was just having fun with, because I'm not like master brewer or anything like that. I'm like a jack of all trades, master of none. Like I'm into a lot of different shit, but I'm not the best at everything. I'm more into weed than I am into most other shit. I'm pretty new to the whiskey especially. But yeah, man, fucking it'd be fun to do some distilling or do some infusing with some beer or whatever. Because I mean, it's just like with all your ingredients and shit, it's going to impart a different flavor, and then the different time, the different climate, the different woods, the type of if it's used or not, if it's a finished whiskey or whatever whatever you're talking about, whatever ingredients you're implementing, whether it's beer or whatever, it's going to have a different impact. And like, so say like whiskey in Scotland, since it's a lot colder and more humid and all that stuff, it's gonna take a lot longer for something to develop to where it's a quality flavor. So you're gonna want 10 plus years, 15 plus years for a quality Scotch or something, or Irish. Whereas if you're in Texas, it might only take 2 years, and you can have the bourbon flavors or whatever, because you're in America. And then all the different rules is interesting too. There's different qualifications. It gets fucking drawn out and complicated and stupid and fun. It just depends on what you're into. But
We actually did when we worked for the CBD in the hemp field in town, we made a CBD wine.
Oh, cool.
And it was a good for pain. You just have a little glass of wine, help you sleep at night.
yeah, everything has CBD in it nowadays, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I just have CBD sheets.
Well, I would think cannabis is similar to a hops, correct? So why couldn't you just in the fermenting process and whenever you know what I mean, throw in some buds along with your hops?
yeah, it would definitely. I mean, especially if you have the right flavor. But yeah, they're cousins, so I think that. I mean, I know it would definitely impart a bitter flavor. It would, you'd have to try to match it with whatever you're looking. It depends on what you're looking for. Just like with what strains you pick when you're growing, you're looking for something short and stout, or you're looking for something fruity, or you're looking for color. Whatever you're wanting to drive towards, high, cannabinoid content. What are you looking to have it be a narcotic or an uplifting? I mean, you could damn near make anything do that. Just take it a shorter or longer distance. Harvest it earlier, you want it to be a little bit more racy. Harvest it a little later, you want it to be a little bit more sedative. But I guess not everything does that, but most things will.
I used to know a cat that would grow hops with this cannabis as like a screen. It's basically he ran the hops up to like he had an upper balcony. So he had strands of hops running up, and then he had the cannabis underneath it, and it was right on a fucking major road, and nobody after things got rolling was none the wiser, man. It was fucking some beastly plants under them. Under them hops. I always thought that was cool. So first cat I also ever knew to grow in straw bales, hay bales basically. And grow some big ass plants in them things. I was always impressed what he drew down in them hay bales.
Now, did you do like a root stout method with adding the blood meal and the bone meal and all that, and turn it into soil like that, compost it, or just let it get wet and then it composts naturally?
He actually would just take the bales and put the plant right in them and just feed and feed and feed. I don't know what he did prior to that, but that's good dude.
I think that was the root
monster plants.
I think that was the root stout method, but at least I know that you can grow potatoes similar to that, and that's definitely what she did. And fucking, you can like put potatoes directly on the ground and then cover them with a set amount of hay, like, you know, you just want to keep fucking shit like that covered because you don't want it to sunlight to hit it. It can you know, turn green, and that's kind of, you know, that's like supposedly not good and shit. That's more of a pesticide, you know, in terms of traditional you know, traditional farming and all that. But yeah, I just thought that was pretty cool that you could literally just keep it moist and put potatoes right fucking on the ground. I learned that like a couple of years back, and that was interesting because I'd always just dug down like 6-8 inches and fucking slapped them in there, you know, and then just, you know, but kind of new to all. It's fun to learn like how something grows and then like, you know, provide for your own growth for that winter at least or something. That's kind of what I'm looking for eventually, is to have like a nice little food forest out back. I got so many different types of fucking plants out there. I got a couple different types of currants. I was gonna have other shit, but some of the clones died when I received them. I tried cloning them and they didn't fucking take. But anyway, I got fucking hazelnut and what's else? Blackberry, fucking lingonberry, blueberries, strawberries, fucking what was that? Comfrey, got a couple of plants of that. Hazelnut. Yeah, anyway. This is exciting to freaking keep on adding. I was gonna grab a fig last year, and I wish I would have grabbed it because a little expensive, but those produce like more quickly. I think it only takes like, I think it produces that same year. Or anyway, produces more quickly than most trees.
I need to hopefully get a veggie garden going in a nice place. I used to have a nice vegetable garden last house. I skipped a few years. Actually, I was actually proud of myself at the other place. That was the first year I started like canning shit. Making pickles and canning tomatoes and all the green beans and all the shit like that. So,
yeah,
that was a learning year for me. All how to can and shit, buying all the shit jars. That was a fun year.
Well, that's another thing that so I mean, I don't know if you've ever grown, like you said you've never grown mushrooms, but there's a way to instead of bringing that substrate that you're using for your mushrooms to, you know, in order to inoculate, instead of pasteurizing those or whatever, you would use a pickling spice in order to like sanitize it or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And it would keep it clean enough in order for you to inoculate it. And I thought that was pretty interesting. Like, that's what I want to try, is, you know, just finding simpler ways that I, you know, can create some food to eat. that's always been super interesting to me, you know. That's why I got all these fruit trees, because literally I could put them in the ground, grow some shit around it for a couple annuals around it for a couple years until it filled all the way in, and then now I got something I have to take care of much less than those annuals.
I'd like to at some point learn how to make vinegars. To be honest with you. That'd be
Make what?
vinegars, learn how to cultivate vinegars.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I mean, anything that's related to cooking, and I guess it's just a balance, right? Like with finding the right temperature and the right ingredient, and then you just damn near leave it exposed to oxygen, keep it covered. I mean, I've done I've never done kefir, but I've made my own kombucha, and that was pretty fucking simple. I mean, I guess they're pretty much similar in kefir and kombucha. It's a culture. You would literally just put your product, whether it's sweet tea for your kombucha or your whole milk for your kefir. You throw your culture in there and throw a fucking paper towel or whatever, so cheesecloth over it from keeping the bugs out. Let it for the kefir 24 to 48 hours. For the kombucha, you know, you put either your SCOBY or I've even done it with just a raw kombucha. And my friend even so from my understanding, there's like certain, pH is the issue with kombucha. And I heard that certain citruses like orange peel, which my friend put in his kombucha, and I added it to mine and to my sweet tea, and then a raw kombucha as well. And it turned out great. 7 days later, I was sipping off of it for a lighter kombucha. And then 14 and 21 days, which is sometimes where I like it, more really fermented and funky, But yeah, I think anybody can do kombucha and all that shit. It's fucking so easy. Slap that motherfucker in a cabinet, cool, warm, dark place. You're good.
Genetic Memory Farms, Peter Griffin there in chat there came on his episode and showed me how to make kombucha from basically a raw, and yeah, I love the shit. I don't know why I don't make it, so as much as I can consume and as expensive as that shit is. You would think I would just break down and make my own, but I don't. I guess because I like to try it out so many too. If I come across and I see a new one, I always grab that one, good, bad, or other, and give it a shot. But for the most part, they're good. Definitely an acquired taste. I definitely like the funk though. The funky ones, like the trilogy that kind of almost tastes like a wine cooler that's sat around and funked overnight.
Yeah, I like that.
Still good.
Gingerberry is one of my favorites, but that trilogy is good. I think, is that the same one or is that different?
Same brand.
Okay, because that one's more like isn't that one you're talking about, the trilogy, like a ginger ale, or is that no? Is it don't have any ginger ale at all?
I'm not really sure. That's the GT Dave's
Okay.
trilogy there, but I do like the gingerberry as well.
Okay, they're different companies, you're saying, I think.
No, same company. I'm just
Okay.
not sure if it actually has, if the trilogy's part or has ginger in it. I guess I've never followed.
Gotcha. For sure. Yeah, that's fucking, it's good shit, man. I think that's one thing that, like, if I'm not feeling real good, like there's a couple of things that, with my medical disorder and stuff and all that, like if I'm not able to keep something down, I go for like a frozen yogurt or a yogurt, like a kefir. And then like, I don't know why, but something like that. They give that to people that are hiking Mount Everest and shit. So like, as like a high protein and all that. And there's probably a couple other reasons why too, but it's that stuff make you feel better. And when you're, you know, spending a lot of calories but yeah, that and that superfood is super awesome. That from Odwalla or whatever is pretty decent. Has that spirulina and chlorella in it, but that shit really freaking helped me out. And like, I don't know, I think soups are great too. Like, I think like seafood soup, especially for me, whether it's Seven Mares or a pho or whatever the fuck it is, I love seafood. So it's a nice low fat, freaking healthy food.
Put it next to your glass.
Okay.
Go forward.
Okay. Hell yeah, dude. Fucking. What kind of foods are you into, Eagle? What's your favorite type of food?
Man, if it's meat, I like a good brisk steak.
Hell yeah.
But moreover, man, I'm being beat over the years. I have been slowly worn down by my daughters for more of a plant-based diet. And as I get older, man, I'm less and less fighting it, to be honest with you. I see how much better I feel when I'm taking in some of the veggies. So so this is where it all started, I guess, with the veggies, with the school district that they came from before they moved here was pretty much a farming community. So while everybody else had days off or whatever, that school would be in school because they geared their like school days off towards hunting and like planting, actually around farming and shit. So they went fast forward, I think it's like 5th grade. 2 of the 3 had to go to a processing plant, and they seen how chickens were slaughtered and processed. They came home from that shit. They were like, I ain't never eat meat again. So there was a period, they're 2 years apart. So it was like every 2 years there for a minute, one of them was a vegetarian. And as they got older, man, just slowly picked off. So yeah, I'm getting more and more to where I don't mind veggies. I like some veggies, some asparagus and shit like that. I definitely get down with some veggies. Stir fry, veggie stir fry.
Hell yeah, the fucking lots of different, you know, especially those like legumes and lots of you know, beans and shit. Like that shit is super clutch in rice, and you know, rice and beans together, brown rice and beans are and there's all sorts of different types of beans. I mean shit. But anyway, it's more complete protein than meat is. And so like that's why a lot of people are like, oh, you don't get enough protein if you're a vegan or a vegetarian or whatever. And that's just not true. I mean, you do have to be careful about making sure that you have shit like a quality, you know, especially if you don't eat any fish or anything like that, you're gonna have to really be careful about your fats. So, you know, flax, grapeseed, canola, you know, especially flax is super good. You know, you get all the body your different omegas and all sorts of stuff. But anyway, that's gonna keep your fucking liver functioning correctly. And you don't have those good fats in there, you're not, you know, well, yeah, you got a brother on the other night. What was his name? He was talking about exactly that with the liver and a couple other things too. He was on a good roll. But anyway.
Oh, Indo 11.
Yeah, I liked it. This fucking episode was awesome. He was fucking shrooming his ass off. Fucking, I was like, man, I can't even fucking. I'll be so nervous. You know what I mean? I'm very introspective when I'm doing mushrooms. I can hardly like be around people. But I mean, other times,
you would be surprised, man. There was only a couple of nights where I've off camera fucking been so fucking high that was like, oh, fucking. There's one Michigan Bros. When I did the Michigan Bros show for up to, I think, like 42. And there's one episode where I dosed up just before we went live. And as we're saying goodbye, I just fucking camera
Dipped out.
off because I looked in that camera and it felt like a freight train coming at me and shit. And I'm like, nope, not me. I'm out of here quick. And they're like, I guess he's done. I'm like sitting there. I shit you not. I'm like still staring into the camera after the Zoom. And I'm like, just missed that bullet and shit.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it definitely kicks up the anxiety. That woman the other night that was on, she was pretty cool too, from Oakland, and now she's in your area. Fucking, that was cool, dude. Like with the penis envy, exact same scenario. Like I, had some of those mysteriously show up at my house, and anyway, I had those along with some other ones, like 2 or 3 different other kinds. I tried the blue meanies, tried the golden teachers, tried the freaking, because I was used to golden teachers. That was the baseline. And then I tried the blue meanies, and I tried the penis envy, all different days. And man, you took like the same exact amount. I was feeling cool on the, on the other 2, especially on the golden teacher. The penis envy, I was just fucking super nervous. Like, like, I don't know. I just felt more, I'm not nervous, but like anxious. And it was just fun. It wasn't, I just immediately knew what was going on. I was like, okay, just, cool out, whatever. But I like, I like that you don't have to take as much and save some, but some are hollow, I believe. And like, is what my other buddy was saying, he grew some Colombian and a couple other different strains, and they were potent, and they were big, but they dried up, and they were like, they're not as solid, obviously, as some of the other ones. And this is what he told me. I'd only grown about 5 or so different types, so including oysters. But it's fun. It's a journey. You gotta, you gotta keep shit so fucking clean. You only run that shit like 3-4 times and it's done, which is kind of like, oh fuck, But even some of those small ones, the aborts or whatever, some of those can be really more potent as well.
Sure. I think that's like, it's just character. It would be a character building experience.
Oh yeah.
The demand of having to be so cleanly in that small environment. It's good. It's a good habit to be in. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can bring an ego down to size a little bit sometimes. Yeah, I've only done acid a couple times. It was with this guy, right? Like that was like one of the time. I had another time when I was at massage school and somebody down in Garberville had fucking, oh man, you want some acid? I was like, oh sure. He fucking seemed like a really fucking cool dude. And I sat and talking to him for a long time, and he was a fucking really smart and cool dude. And I was like, oh cool. Freaking, I don't usually do that. You know what I mean? I usually only get that kind of stuff from people I really trust and whatnot. But anyway, tried some. Freaking, I had been drinking. I was like, oh, are these fucking 2 or 3 freaking imperial stouts supposed to like, but just because I'm drinking a decent amount, like, does that like make me impervious to the acid? And they're like, no, not at all. They're like, you could still feel it no matter what. And I was like, well, I don't think that shit was, I think that shit was bunk, man. Like, same shit happened to me when I was super young, like not super young. I was in high school and on Haight Street one time, around the time of the Haight Street Fair, when I met Ed Rosenthal. Freaking, I think it was that same day or the day before. Anyway, we're about to go to fucking Europe, and freaking somebody gave me some fucking shiitakes, of course, you know what I mean? And I was just like, this is fucking stupid. Like, I can't believe I just fucking put it away without really looking at the shit. And I was kind of pissed, but yeah, whatever. I could have they were selling mushrooms in just the regular store where they weren't even selling weed in Amsterdam. They just have these little fucking soda areas or candy areas or whatever, you know, little refrigerator, and it'd fucking have a bunch of mushrooms. And I was just like, oh, I don't know if I want to go through that out here in another country. I mean, I love new experiences, but fucking hey, that might be one I'll regret.
And I think I would have took the chance.
Yeah, they would. I mean, I was surprised. It was like Recreation and Parks from San Francisco that took us, and they didn't even and fucking A, dude. Like we walked down, like we didn't go to the cafes and all that, but they walked us down the freaking red light district. And you know, and I was just like, oh, okay, well, so this is okay being next to some questionable characters and some quite greasy people and such, but not all people were like that. But anyway, you see some pretty fucking weird looking guys and pretty fucked up looking people out there too. And but yeah, anyway, it was an experience. It was fun. And I didn't get the space cake. That's what I would have saw a couple in some windows, but didn't go into those places because my group was like, didn't even want to go to the freaking hemp museum.
What?
And I was just like, are you kidding me? This is super educational. Like, we went to the sex museum, you know, and got freaking farted on by a plastic ass. And you know what I mean? Like, they have freaking like a puff of air coming through a fucking ass and titties sitting on the wall as you walk in. It's just, you know, anyway, we're down, go look at that and some freaking, you know, like, you know, they have like this other shitty area way down, you know, it's like animals and chains and different fucked up crazy shit. And I was like, yeah, so this is educational, but I guess weed's not educational enough for you guys. But anyway, I would have loved to have walked in there. I took a picture of the fucking window though, so yay for me. But I also got a picture with that.
Have you ever been to Vegas?
Been where?
Sorry. Have you ever been to Vegas? You might run into all those experiences while you're in Vegas.
Yeah, much love. I mean, like, I'm not trying to talk shit either. I'm not saying that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, I don't know, dude. Like, I'm not really like I mean, I've done some gambling, I've won some money and all that, but I mean, I'm not, you know, I haven't like been a lot of places, you know, done that. I've never been to Vegas though. And, but I am looking forward to trying some different types of food, you know, different beers, freaking barbecue, you know what I mean? Like that's more my alley. I wouldn't mind seeing some shows, like that'd be dope as fuck. And I guess there's like, what did my homie said that I'm afraid to do the 5-MeO DMT, dude. That shit might rock my fucking world, dude. I know it would. Because I have, you know, I got to be careful. I don't want to fuck myself up too much with my medical shit. So I got to be careful a little bit. But, you know, but I heard that shit and a couple other hallucinogens, obviously mushrooms. And I don't know is acid also included in that as a legalizing out there in Vegas? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I think they're staying away more the actual chemical side. It can be produced through plants.
Yeah, the synthetic form. Okay. It's not like Oakland where they're just legalizing all hallucinogens and shit.
Man, what time to be alive?
Yeah, I haven't been back. Yeah, it's pretty interesting shit though. I got enough. I mean, like, I don't take it as often as, you know what I mean? But I don't take it as little as once a year, but like, which I agree. People should take that as a reset about once a year. But yeah, I take it a little bit more often than that, but there was like a large period of time as of recent, like freaking that I took off, you know what I mean? Both growing and taking mushrooms and, you know, I definitely dosed pretty high a couple of times and I'm like, I'm cool. I don't necessarily need to. And I think that's pretty cool about mushrooms. You don't have to take them all the time. You could do, you know, get back to doing some other shit. I think that's pretty fucking phenomenal.
The penis envies are really good in my experience for neuropathy.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
because don't they build nerve tissue, or is that the other, or is that the lion's mane? Anyway, one does one and the other one complements it. Lion's mane, and or maybe I'm talking about lion's mane and psilocybin. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
but I don't know which one's which. I'm fucking scribbled sometimes about which one's which, but
Yeah, it's definitely a good time to be alive with cannabis and hallucinogens being brought back to the forefront as some good medicine versus the pharmaceutical bullshit. You know, there's some people that have actually been cured through, guided sessions with the psilocybin there. Like, I've never heard of no cures like that being done with pharmaceutical medicines, anxiety and PTSD. Like,
yeah, it's pretty freaking definitely, bro. Like, I don't know, I'm speechless after that one. That's, you said it fucking correct all the way. Can't say nothing more than that.
so, what time is your flight tomorrow? Is it tomorrow?
I leave here tomorrow about 3 some odd, something or other, 3:30 or something, and then arrive in Vegas around 5:05. So that'll be cool. We're gonna go rent a car. Johnny and I getting dropped off by a fellow brother, and then it's giving him a ride there, and then we're gonna rent a car for the next 5 days or whatever it is, and go see my brother Blinded by the Light. I got fucking my cousins and my aunt and uncle lived a couple doors down, in addition to me meeting him through like the obvious visually impaired connection and all that, like groups. And so he actually lived 2 doors down from my aunt and uncle growing up. So I met him like at 9 years old. So it's like my brother from another right there. And so that'd be cool to see him. And so we're going down there 4 days or so, 3-4 days, whatever. And hopefully, I think he said he was going to contact you and maybe schedule a spotlight. And then we're going to come and then go back to Johnny's for a day or two. And then that's how I was able to get out of there at a good price. So wasn't too expensive.
Sounds like a fun time, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, do some.
Johnny's a good dude, man.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I've been talking to him a bunch. Like I've been helping him with, writing emails and different shit to the mushroom place and giving him suggestions about, where to get different resources of, food scraps, freaking, coffee houses, all this different shit in the mushroom place, like, what places to get wood chips, like that's, I love building something like, like a garden, especially that it's going to provide for not just, one person, but a lot. And that's just cool to me. I don't know. It's what we all should hope with. It's what we should pass down to the next generation for sure. Cause they don't teach it a lot of places. So unless you're directly interested in it, like with cannabis.
Should be fucking taught in school, to be honest with you.
I mean, they fucking
Horticulture
sprout shit in the
general.
window and shit, dumb shit, but a very minimal fucking
Well, I mean,
shit.
more sustaining practices, though, I think,
Yeah.
like you're saying.
Yeah, reusing all the waste and fucking compost and shit and how to do that, I mean, it's not hard. It's just, you can get as simple as 50-50, or you can get even more into it with the actual, different ratio for the, to get a higher rate of compost. But you can literally just leave something somewhere with some carbon and some nitrogen at damn near any ratio. And that may lengthen or shorten the amount of time it's going to compost, but it's going to compost. It's going to break down, and you can just help that along by putting more organic matter, putting more, put wood chips to sink and spread the water, fucking create more new soil, put some malted barley on that fucking shit to bring like the fucking bunches of enzymes. I mean, watch Coot to fucking figure out every single protease, you know, phosphatase, amylase, 2 types of amylase. That's why the beer, you know, people in bread and beer use it. You know what I mean? Like watch Coot, like figure out why composting and, you know, worm, you know, thermophilic and vermiphilic compost and static compost piles and black leaf mold and what, you know what I mean? Rock dust, you know, alfalfa, kelp, you know, all this different shit that you could just keep on adding to your soil, and, you know, blood meal, bone meal, depending on, you know, fish, fucking hydrosylate, all that good shit. EM1, that's what I'm doing this year. All that shit. And a couple other things too, you know, like green sand and langmanite, fucking, you know, super soil shit. So that's pretty much like, you know, in addition to like when I first got here, I did a little bit of wood ash, and you know, you got to be careful with that shit. But, you know, and I did a touch of Epsom salt, and just, you know, you got to be easy with that too. But, you know, gypsum and all this other shit, you can just, you know, read the bag and see how much you should put in there. But with a lot of shit, you can just go ape shit. You know what I mean? Like you could damn near not have enough wood chips and rock dust and what's it called? Malted barley. I mean, that shit is fucking, you can damn near, you know, you could damn near drown a plant and all that stuff, and it wouldn't have an ill effect. And that's what's excellent about organics and all that, you know. Don't have to worry about hurting nobody or, you know, yourself or your kids or whatever generation is going to be there after you. Just inconsiderate. But anyway, I'm not trying to hate on other people that have other practices. That's just my philosophy. And that's because I'm a big hippie. That's why I went to massage school. That's why I smoke weed and take mushrooms. And you know what I mean? I just don't have there's certain things I like to focus on. There's certain shit it's hard for me to, you know what I mean? Too much negativity and all that.
I think it's part of the evolution of growing cannabis, to be honest with you. Dipping your feet into organics, and actually, once you get to that point, you actually see your responsibility as becoming a more responsible grower. To be honest with you.
Dude, I swallowed
evolution curve.
Damn near swallowed that fucking thing. Woo! Fucking piece of weed just went rifled back. Woo!
Got him, coach.
Got me. Got me.
I think with the learning organics is like that philosopher who said the man who plants the tree knowing that he'll never see its shade understands life. You know, sometimes you gotta do something like fixing the soil, or, you know, making something pretty, or working towards making a project beautiful, and then just let time take its toll until it's there.
Well, I mean, even if it doesn't look pretty, like for instance, I love my mom, but like she like came here last year and was like, oh, it looks a little bit untidy, and you know what I mean, doesn't look as pretty as, you know, her whatever. And I was like, well, this is my first year, you know what I mean, building it up, and I literally left all the plants and it had just frozen like 2 nights in a row. So I just wanted to show you that this is the amount of food that I grew this year. And then after you leave today, I'm taking it all down and I'm putting it in a compost pile because it might look better, you know what I mean, or whatever. But I'm good, bro. You can have that. I'm probably good. But you know, like after a couple of years, it's going to look real nice and shady and be fruit hanging down, and I'll be growing a couple of veggies up the branches, and, you know, things will eventually look pretty, but, you know, I don't know. Or like, what's the guy with the one straw revolution, right? Where all of his other people in the town were like just lining up the straw to be all in one neat rows. And he was like, no, you just fucking throw that shit down, bro.
Throw it all.
I'm sure he said it exactly like that. And he said, bro, that's what you do, man. That's what you do. You just don't care. You gotta
like
fucking
That's a great book right there. The One Straw Evolution.
Yeah, and there's The Emperor Wears No Clothes is a decent one. Freaking, there's so many, there's so many different great books that are inspirational to people and groups of people, and wherever you find that it's fucking awesome. I found it quite a few places, like a lot of different experiences to, you meet different people you meet in your life, show you something new about yourself or about the world or different, whatever, different taste experience, a different mental whatever. Like, I just think that shit's cool. Shit cool.
Like the philosophy undertones in a lot of the organic gardening books. You're not just learning a little bit about gardening. There's a lot about cultivating your soul in the books as well. And I just wanted to, is his name Chris, the gentleman that was sitting there earlier?
Yeah, he's right next to me right here. Yep.
Cheers, brother. I liked your the shade from the tree. It's kind of one for you as well that you may use at some point. It's kind of like the bamboo, the planting of a bamboo seed basically is kind of a similar analogy to where it takes 5 years for that seed to sprout. You have to, plant it and water it and have that blind faith that you're doing something right. But when that fucker cracks, man, you pretty much, is it 5 years of growth practically? In that first year it grows almost 100 feet, but within that 5 years of germinating that seed, you have to have that blind faith that you're doing the right thing, that it is going to crack at some point. Keep giving this fucker water, that, you know what I mean? Don't give up on the dream at some point. Yeah, it's all going to be worth it, if not for you, for somebody. Yeah.
And that's a great analogy for just following any vision. Me and a small community of people I know, we moved off grid and built our own homes out in the forest, working on self-sustaining, having goats. We run off solar power, and I have everything up on you have a 5-year dream. You have to wake up every day and water that dream. You have to wake up every day and remember your dream. You have to remember why you're there in the first place. What brought you to this point? Why you want to see that bamboo in 5 years? And these are my steps to make that. It's a term of vision right there.
Cheers. Do you hang out in chat ever so often, Chris? Sound like you should.
What was that?
I said, do you hang out in chat ever so often? Sounds like you should, brother.
I've actually been thinking about it. I've been thinking about getting into the live streaming and sharing my opinions, and I've actually been working on it a little bit. I've been really busy with the homesteading, and I think I'd like to bring that into a bigger light for people. Because some of the things I do, people have questions. It's like, well, how do you live like that? How do you live hauling your water? How do you do this? And it's a simpler, freer life that comes at sometimes a higher cost. And I guess the answer to that is yeah. I've actually been thinking about that quite a lot recently. That's why I came over with James. James said, "Hey, you want to come over and check this podcast out and sit here and be tech support if I need it?" I was like, "Fuck yeah!" He goes, "We're gonna talk about cannabis, the theories, conspiracy theories. Who knows?" Well, yeah, that's my goddamn alley. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. That's awesome, BlindCat. I appreciate you trying to spread the word. But hell yeah, man. I think it was Loyalty Organics at one point when you were talking something. He said, "Man, it sounds like you need to get that cat on the show too." And I have to agree, man. It sounds like you'd fit in this community pretty well. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to make me an account.
There you go. I got some stickers for you already.
Got stickers.
I got stickers, bro.
I got a t-shirt press and a vinyl cutter, man. I'll make us all vinyls and stickers.
Right? That's what I need to do, is get on making some stickers and shit. I already got the fucking logo and shit. So
start repping the Backwoods Mafia for real. So that's what we call our organization. We have it's me and my brother up there, brother from another mother, and we started out with just, we were up on the mountain. I lived in a trailer with no heat. He was over there at his house, and I'd go warm up at his house during the day so I didn't die. I looked at him and I said, I really like this lifestyle. He goes, but I need money. I said, shit, me too. So we came back into town. We shoveled driveways and made our way, scratched at it, and just recently finished 2 houses for framing actual houses for our construction company. But it took us 2.5 years meeting each other, working on that to just even get to that point.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
met
Forrest
some
is doing
awesome
right now.
people.
Hell yeah.
He's got a nice house too.
Yeah, he's building a nice house because he was living in a fucking the smallest trailer ever before that, living super with anyway, the most minimal you could live on a raw piece of land. He's doing it. Let's just say that. And but now I'm freaking super happy to see him freaking rocking it, dude. Build a house.
Right.
Fucking you built it right, you know what I mean? Because sometimes people, you know what I mean? That's how Forrest used to be, was like, it'll be good enough.
Well, no,
Don't worry.
If you look at my house, there's some good enoughs in it. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty and she's got character. And it does all the proper things. I'm dry, I'm warm, the family's warm, but I definitely understand it. I mean, we built ours on a literal mountain. Everything's all the way uphill. So you carry 20 sheets and you put them out while you have a little space. You're like, I do have to call that good enough because I need to go to sleep.
So with that, with living on the mountain, like, is your whole property like that too? So you're gonna have to build, different,
Oh yeah, we have to build
swales.
And I mean, it's got to be like a 12% grade. I mean, the property literally goes like that anywhere you walk. At the very top, the second property we picked up, it levels off a little bit more. I'm going to put the car garage, but the side that we're on, man, we walk it. And this winter caught us off guard and put one of my 4-wheel drives down. We literally walked the whole entire mountain from the bottom sometimes. Walking through 2 feet of snow. We got slammed for 2 weeks and we got a blizzard and it was 3 feet of snow everywhere you went.
Well, that first year I moved here, it was fucking -15 for a week. And that was new for me. I mean, I was handling it just fine, but it was definitely different to experience for a fucking -15.
You came straight from Cali too.
Yeah. But I'm not a fucking normal Cali fucking, I don't know. I've traveled around a lot and different shit. I mean, not like, anyway, I'm like used to different shit. I'm not going to cry about it. You know what I mean? It's too cold. It's fucking snowing. Who cares, bro? Like, just deal with it. Fucking learn real quick. Very quick. Learn.
We walk outside. It's 29 with the sun. I'm like, man, I might take my jacket off. It's warm today.
Yeah, freaking. So anyway, I liked it, dude. First thing I did and I didn't do it. First thing that the buddy I moved up here did, freaking smoking, we were smoking outside on the balcony and looked down, there's a fucking deer eating some grass or something. Freaking, he's like, hold on, dude, freaking go, pow, freaking, immediately freaking got that thing that just fell right into its own shadow, never knew what was going on. And, anyway, I was freaking good eating the freaking back strap, like 10-15 minutes later, we were eating it,
That is
the best cut of meat ever.
Yes.
And then just aging the rest of it for, whatever couple, however was it, a week or something. Anyway, just interesting experience to see that. My dad did that shit, but I never went on the hunting expeditions because I can't see to fucking shoot the motherfucker. So I can shoot guns just fine. Like I'm great at shooting guns.
It's
but
the aim that kills you.
Yeah, I'm just not going to hit anything at too far of a distance. It's just like when fucking driving and shit. So at massage school, my massage teacher was from Boulder, Colorado, of all places. Hippie. Anyway, I love hippies, but like that's
stoner city of America.
But yeah, the other stuff. Yeah. Anyway, it's like Austin, right? So she was from there and was like, oh yeah, let's I got this Range Rover or whatever. Let's have you go drive it up on the airstrip. Bad idea, especially when all my classmates decided to stand up into the front of the fucking moving vehicle that a blind guy was driving. And I told you guys, like, don't fucking trust me. I know.
Hey, it's gonna be great.
People are gonna die if I get on the road. Like, that's just what's gonna happen.
We're going up over the cliffs, right? I got this.
But anyway, yeah.
Sounds like a good place to live. Sounds like a good place to live.
Oh man, a lot of mud bogging, a lot of
My brother from another mother moved from New York. He calls it his Mexico. It's like, I came to Oregon. This is my Mexico.
I mean, I like Cali just fine. I mean, especially in Sonoma County and shit and all over, And then it was expensive out there, and I guess it's, of course it's changed, but especially recently and whatnot. But like California was fucking great to me growing up, and especially with growing weed. I mean, it was so fucking easy. You don't have much to worry about. You got a little bit of fog in Sonoma County, and you got and all that kind of those areas and along the coast. But
It's in the Emerald Triangle, right?
but Sonoma County is just below the Emerald Triangle. Like traditionally, it's Mendocino, Trinity, and Humboldt County. That's the Emerald Triangle.
Okay.
We live, I just live just below it, basically. I don't know if there's one more town between us or what, but anyway, so we're sub-live, so it's good enough for me. I was so fucking, when I was watching that shit, he was already living there in Santa Rosa. And so I had went back and watched him actually beforehand, and I was like, oh, and he lived in Oregon too. Like, that was pretty freaking cool. And then all these other places, Canada and Georgia and all that shit where he's from. But I think that is one thing that's super important that people should try to experience, just different climates, and that'll push you as a grower. If it's cold, if it's wet, that fucking for greenhouse. That's what I have to do every day in this particular place I'm at. Is I just have a simple greenhouse. And I take like a fucking mop that I attach a rag to, and just freaking mop the ceilings with a really wide mop handle thing, whatever, floor sweeper. And you just got to do that every day. In addition to, once it gets cold towards the end of September, early October, you got to, put a little mini heater or whatever you can. Some people rock the freaking
Wood stove.
We did propane, and then our other neighbor did wood stove, so I helped him with that. That was cool.
Wood stove.
Yeah, he built a straight up fucking wood stove in his fucking 99-foot greenhouse. I got like 3 different friends with 99-foot greenhouses that I grew in one of them, and I helped with the other 2. So
I think
I like doing consulting too. Like I've done a lot of consulting for and that, just with Blinded by the Light and a little bit with Johnny. Freaking that shit is just fun to me, like helping people out that were, that may have a question or two, or even if because Jesse's been growing, he grew his first plant before me. So, but anyway, but it's fun to be able to share information and build somebody else's shit up, or lend a hand if they need it during the season. That's what farming and all that shit's about. Like, see what's up with your neighbor if he needs a hand. I guarantee you he does.
Guarantee you he do. I'm saying, keep friendly with your neighbors up on the mountain, man. There's not many of them.
Yeah, that's because they're gonna need it sometimes. I mean,
you're gonna need a hand.
Well, you're gonna need fucking someone to help in lots of different ways. I mean, protection up there.
You just happen to slide your vehicle off of the road one morning, it's too icy. You got that friendly neighbor that has that winch on his truck.
Yeah, it's fairly dangerous up where I first moved up in here in Oregon, but glad to be down in the city now. It's still not super great, but it's not bad. It's a super small town I live in, so not a lot of what most people have in a larger town, which it's all right. It's what we got to do with it, though.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a small town. I'm in a very, very small town. I think COVID pushed a lot of people out towards the small towns.
Yeah.
I'm still on the fence if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess everybody else is entitled to the dream, but when you're in the small town, you definitely don't like to see the influx. Kind of get used to the small town.
Well, there's a lot of people like that were moving here from California. Like everybody I met when I first moved here, oh, I'm from California, duh. And like I'm sure, you know, and all the people from Oregon were like, oh, fucking A, these guys and shit. And like, and then I'm just like, dude, like, I'm just like you, man. I'm not trying to freaking push none of my California bullshit on you or nothing. I'm just trying to freaking live, man. Freaking, you want to smoke some weed with me? Like, I'll help you calm down. It's all good. I also brew beer. Let's drink some beer. Let's go have a barbecue, guys. Like, I don't know.
A lot of my friends are Cali transplants.
Yeah, and I think though, I mean, there's definitely some fucking uptight people, but yuppie people, but
Yeah,
people of all kinds everywhere.
Yeah, every place has its ups and downs.
But yeah, my mom's in the next state over too, and they're the same way. They're like, don't bring your California bullshit here. And my, you know, my mom's like, shit, I'm just as fucking Republican as you are, or whatever. I don't care about. I'm really not interested in politics, so you know, good to you guys that are, but I'm not much into it. But anyway, that shit's fucking. My mom's like turned into such a farm girl. Like she's got cows and chickens and a garden now. And I'm like, oh, you got a garden? You got chickens? Fucking, I'm so proud of my mom. Friggin', she's like, oh shit. She's like, I can do all this shit, no problem. So I was trying to teach her about the rotation with the, you know, especially cows. You want to fucking rotate them motherfuckers because they have them eating on the same area that they're shitting, you know, because they should be eating grass if it's not winter. And but anyway, fucking rotate them motherfuckers and they'll keep them much more healthy. You know, they'll need a lot less, you know, shots and all this different stuff. That shit's important. And then just keep on laying down some carbon. And, you know, right after, you know, they're shitting a bunch, you fucking lay down a bunch of carbonaceous diaper, as one YouTuber I would follow calls it, carbonaceous diaper. When they have shit all over the ground, a bunch of nitrogen, you throw a bunch of carbon down and that suppresses the smell and that initiates your compost. So it's just like simple shit that we should have learned way back in, you know, whenever, but you know, composting is awesome.
We got goats now, so we're throwing the goat shit directly into the garden.
You're talking about having pigs too. You're gonna get those pigs? Because I wanna get some pigs.
The pigs?
Well, I want to eat a pig.
Oh, so we butchered our own pig about a year and a half ago. We got this pig, and it was some sort of prize pig that had outlived its time and had very little fat on the body. And we got probably 200 pounds of meat off of that thing. And I think we paid like $350. And if you do the price per pound on that, that's pretty good. You pay $1.50 a pound for fresh bacon and things. We still have meat from that. So, you know, if we actually want to get down on that, I'm down. Any day.
Eagle, you ever I don't care if you whatever. I don't care if you currently go, but have you ever gone like, you know, like deer hunting and shit?
Yeah, up until I met the children's wife, I hunted.
Yeah, for sure.
She
Right
put
on, dude.
kibosh to that shit right on. Yes.
Yeah, my dad loves doing that shit. Like he's you know, hunted wild hogs and all sorts of different shit, like deer, of course, elk, fucking. But I really like bison, or you know, also buffalo or whatever. Like I like all different types of meat. But I think it'd be, if I could see better, that's one thing I wish I could do is fucking, you know, get a nice size animal to freaking feed myself. Like that'd be pretty important. You know, I've had turkeys literally just fly right into my backyard and shit. And I wish I had my buddies compound bow because
There you go. Yep.
but they're attracted by all that ground cover, and you're growing a garden and all that. They freaking come through at the end of the season and start digging for grubs and worms and shit. That's awesome.
That's what's in nature.
I keep saying awesome. Sorry about that.
I don't think the hunting up here would actually be any kind of sport, though. I think it would be too easy. I actually question why people, I'm like, I joked about it when I moved up here. I'm like, hunting, all you gotta do is sit on your roof for a fucking hour or two. You can probably fucking throw a rock and take one out. Shit.
Yeah, right. Well, I think that's why I think people would go back to like a bow and arrow or something. The more you take out the gun, you bring in something a little bit more that requires a little more skill. I think that's what evens out the odds. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. There's so much animal, there's so much wildlife out there. It's fucking beautiful. I'm sure it's because you're right up similar near the UP, right? Like just a couple belts below or whatever. So you're pretty up.
The Michigan thing, yeah. Man, I tell you what, I was wondering what the fuck happened with the turkeys because, man, when I first moved up here, the turkeys were fucking plentiful, man. I could, like timing, I could almost preset the fucking coffee pot. You know what I mean? Grab a cup and sit down at the table at that exact time. And 50 fucking turkeys would go right across my backyard. Fucking single file line, walk right through the yard into the fucking woods. They had a trail all packed down where that was their daily routine. And then they disappeared for 2 years, and now they're back. They're back in big numbers. So it's super cool to have that morning coffee and fucking watch and fucking go across the yard. It's one of my favorite.
Heck yeah.
Crazy as turkeys.
I want to get back into some fishing because I got like some fishing gear and whatnot, and I know Johnny's into that type of shit. You into fishing too?
Yes, I love to fish.
Nice. Yeah, I love to eat fish mainly, but I also like to fish. But yeah, dude, freaking my buddy has a pond on his property too, so that's what I'm hoping to link those guys up there because my buddy's got like 11 acres out there in Arizona, so I hope Johnny might, if he's interested, you know what I mean. I was being like, oh, dude, you guys should, link up and build a little homestead kind of thing. That's pretty. So he wants to raise some animals, and I know Johnny's a big hippie like that, likes to garden and shit. So it's like, dude, you could fucking garden your face off, dude.
It's a way to go. I think a lot of people are starting to realize that a little bit of self-sufficiency won't hurt.
And it's just like, the more that we like cover the ground, through mulch and fucking, plant shit there, whatever, create shade and water retention, all this different shit. We can, if we get real serious about it on a micro level, even, we could, reverse some shit, you know what I mean? Change some shit, like recover ground and, regain deserts and change them back into, flourishing ecosystems.
Isn't that EM1 that you're looking into there, the microorganism that will actually, as it eats and consumes, it'll poop out something for another microorganism to attach to and eat, creating a life cycle in the microorganism role?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to pause for comedic. No, but
Dramatic pause.
I mean, I'm not the fucking one, bro. Like, I mean, I like those conversations, but I can't lead them, man. Talk to Smiley, bro. Like, check, what is it? Smiley, isn't Smiley on tomorrow?
Wednesday is the organic takeover.
Oh, that's right. So he's gonna actually be talking. I don't know if it's exactly that, but he's fucking dude. Smiley's the man.
Well, he'll be talking with the Rooted Leaf, Nick from the Rooted Leaf. And if you remember right, he runs the carbon-based nutrients.
There you go.
So I'm sure that will underline the conversation, carbon-based nutrients.
it's such a deep fucking wormhole. Like, I mean, I simplified it earlier with all of my fucking amendments and all this bullshit, but if you don't have the microbes and you're not trying to really cycle that carbon, and you don't have all those other things, you know what I mean? There's amoebas and protozoa and blah, 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 you know, all this different shit. If you don't, you know, I can't just cover it in a fucking paragraph. It gets deep, and I love to get into these conversations. That's why I've been watching this. I mean, I've been watching, my favorite shit was where I really got nerdy on some shit was with Hash Church. For at least a couple of years, I was super watching that all the time. And of course, you know, fucking, why am I having a brain fart right now with fucking Doggo the Hut and all those guys, freaking Grow to Roundtable. There we go. And fucking, of course, Mr. Tight was like right there when I was first found that, you know, got the internet and watched Sub and Farmer John 420 and fucking, oh man, Mr. Tight. That Mr. Tight was like one of the hugest. I grow like my next round. I didn't put my yield wasn't as high this time because I didn't support none of my plants. So I just like threw a bunch in there and they all held each other up till the end. And then, and of course I didn't want to stab. I don't know. I get weird about bamboo. So I don't want to fucking shank my eye or whatever. So, and I don't like nets very much because I need to be able to lift up a pot and clean under it. So I just didn't support shit. So but I like that Mr. Tight rocking the tomato cages. That's like one of the main things I ever enjoyed learning from him, among like, you know, rotating your plant quarter turn a day, you know, rotisserie. And I really want to grow some of his gear. I always like watching, you know, you growing his gear. It's fucking, I love watching that shit, bro. Looks like that 6-shooter is super stony, right?
Oh yeah, yes. It's some of the older stuff. Like I remember you said the pine. There's the lemon lima drops, man. That shit was good. I mean, really good.
Hell yeah.
It had like almost lemon pine cleaner taste to it. So it was like on the draw in, it was lemony, and then on the exhale, you get that pine on the back end of it. That shit was fun.
Jealous. That's the one. That's like a pretty decent OG. You know what I mean? Not all the OGs have the lemon, but yeah. I remember you were saying one of your first, what was it, your first grow up there or something you were talking about, or something, you know, your first time growing OG, you had a whole room of it. It laid you out and shit. Had to quit growing it.
Yeah, that crop definitely taught me a lesson about monocropping, man. That shit, that whole winter, man, I just got nothing done, man. I'd come home, and I'm a twofer guy, man. I like to smoke 2 at a time. I don't know, just
Yeah.
the way yeah. So with them, that OG Kush, man, that shit's the first one is that one that kind of gets you, I could get some shit done, man, and start getting that list going in your head. Fucking number 2, you just like fucking start melting in, yeah.
We used to do what's called a just one at Blinded by the Light's cousin's house, who was our, you know, who's the, you know, the original grower I ever met, and anyway provided a bunch of herb. And so anyway, he called it a just one, and he had his glass on glass and put some fire in there, and then he'd put big old slab of hash, and then a bunch of keef, and then he'd put some oil, and then he'd put some more keef, and so, you know what I mean? And he'd call it just one, and you know, half the freaking shit to be leaving in there. He's like, I don't leave that fucking buffalo fart in there. You better fucking rip that shit, bro. You better get that. Don't leave no smoke in there. So anyway, got pretty proficient at bongs, and that's always fun. Except when it's always fun until you knock over the 3-foot bong of the of the guy that's selling you weed. You're like, oh shit. You're like, he's like, I don't give a fuck, dude. He's like, you can He's like, I don't give a fuck. You're blind or whatever. You better fucking watch yourself. I'm like, hell yeah, bro. I get you. I don't need no special treatment. I wash my own clothes, baby.
I can rest myself.
No, but like we'd be walking around there, fucking stumbling around. Like, you guys aren't blind. You guys are just fucking fucked up. You know what I mean? 'Cause my buddy had a ranch growing up. That's where we partied. Like my family wasn't super party, you know, or my dad would drink like 2 beers in a night or something at tops, you know, but yeah, we get to go to my buddies and his dad would be handing us joints and beers and shit.
It's like cool and growing up. Sounds like you've been out in the country most of your life. Yes.
Yeah, that's where my grandpa's from too. Like, you know, he never was a Hell's Angel, but he rode with them. He peg grinded with them guys, and fucking yeah. So a lot of my family is from like, you know, country areas. Some of my family's from up here in Oregon, Nevada, you know, Pollock Pines, and all over California and Oregon, Nevada, New Mexico, friggin'. I got family and then I got family in Texas, Washington. Anyway, all over. It's good to get around.
Nothing wrong with self-sustainability, as you guys were talking about earlier. I think that is more the dream, living more off grid, doing things for yourself, raising your own food, raising your own meat.
You guys cutting out?
Oh, that was
okay.
chilly.
Yeah, that's like the first what, you know, I was asking one of my buddies, I was like, oh dude, let me get like a gram of those mushrooms or whatever. He's like, shit, dude. you better grow your own. Like, so you want any of these? Like, I'll give you some this time, but next time you got to make your own. Or same thing with the weed, you know, like, oh, I'll teach you how to grow, but you know, I'm not gonna, and I'll pay for it. Oh, I still want to teach you how to grow, motherfucker. You know, I still want, like, you need to learn. I drink beer, so not always, but like, you know, I was like, oh, it'd be cool. And my buddy, again, Blinded by the Light, he was the one that brewed beer before me, and you know, I came down with some Jack's Cleaner 2, super blonde fucking hash, the best hash I ever made in my life, and I was like, you know, smoking it on every joint, smoking it on every bowl, and he was just like, man, this is great. And he's like, let me show you some shit that I'm into. And he showed me the beer, and I was like, yeah, like I drink beer, so I should make beer. And so I just keeps on going down the line. I eat food, let's grow food.
Right.
Fucking all that.
I'm gonna make my own ciders.
Yeah, ciders would be cool. I mean, I tried making wine when I was young, but I guess the Applejack is super easy to make. Literally just get some yeast and some apple juice that's all organic and doesn't have the,
Yeah, you don't.
it's used vitamin C instead of the ascorbate or whatever the other shit.
Nothing with the flavoring in it.
Yeah, and you can either use champagne yeast for a higher proof, or you can use other stuff that's lower proof.
We used a champagne yeast on a pineapple batch, and it came out like 14%.
Yeah, I can't wait to freaking. I can't wait to do some seed trading too, because Loyalty Organics, Johnny Caniseed, freaking Micro Goon, the Blind by the Light, all those guys got hella seeds, and I'm pretty sure at least most of them do. And I'd like to do some trading too. That'd be fun. Because I got damn near every YouTuber's. No, I'm just playing. I got quite a few YouTubers seeds. So I mean, I even had some Bingus last year. I tried to grow that because I wanted some gas for outdoor. I popped the it got above ground and then it fried out, but it was because it was like super fresh hot soil. But the Bruce Banner across the blueberry from the American one, and the Blue Mile from Bingus, and they fucking fried out. I was so sad. I was like, no, I know how to pop seeds, but I just didn't know the soil was hot.
That's right.
Yeah, it's fucking trials and tribulations. I mean, one time I learned how to not fucking accept clones from any growers unless I get crazy with some wettable sulfur. By in my last house, I had fucking russet and broad mites, or I forgot which one it was. But anyway, it was one of the motherfuckers because I could barely see the shit. It looked like dust. Everything was super slow. Leaves were curling, like all the different.
I think it was russets.
Yeah, I think it was russets too. But they're pretty similar. I mean, they're both fucking the Borg. Can't get rid of them. Like they'll fucking hide in, they'll hide in the fucking cracks or the carpet or where they'll fucking hibernate on old wood. Of course, I try to keep a clean grow room, but I went through 2 cycles because I got, and when I got them, the clones had PM and spider mites. So I immediately neemed the shit out of them. Dr. Bronner's them, switch back and forth. It's Captain Jack's dead bugs or whatever. Yeah, Captain Jack's. And a couple, rotated some shit and did that for 28 days, 21 days, whatever it was. Really went through it, and then cool, I'm done. Bleached the room where I previously had the russets, and then I even panda filmed everything, like the ceiling, whatever, and the floor. So they couldn't, I thought they might not even, and I sprayed with bleach like a motherfucker, and that's a bad idea. Don't get too crazy with the bleach and the Hudson fogger. It's not a good idea. Ooh. No, I had ventilation, fans, everything, but I still was, being careful. I wasn't being too stupid, but I probably should have wore a fucking ventilator or something instead of just a mask.
Right.
It wasn't enough. So, and I try to get in and out, whatever. So anyway, tried all this shit, still got fucking russets a second time. And thankfully I moved to this house that I'm currently in and haven't had any problems yet. So just a couple of spider mites a couple of seasons ago.
It could be a battle. It can be a battle.
Oh man.
I fucking first time I got fucking mites, they came as a fucking, not even a gift. They just fucking came from another grower.
Yep.
That didn't even have the fucking balls. It wasn't even a fucking clone. It wasn't even a clone. It was more or less a fucking dick Trojan horse almost. Granted, I don't think he would have he knew how it would play out, nor did I.
Oh, this is that bag of weed you were talking about.
Yes.
I remember that, yeah.
Off that shit he wanted me to process, and I fucking had an investigator that I was working for. It was what'd she do? Medical fraud division for the state of Michigan is who she worked for, and she was coming to basically drop off some paint on a piece I didn't want to paint. I wanted to stain it. So I had hid the material that fucking the guy had dropped off. I had just opened up the grow room door and set it next to the filter right there and shut the door. And the material he brought me was fucking full of mites and shit. Never even told me that's why he pulled it down, or that's why he made into extracts or whatever. But yeah, the Trojan horse. It sucked. I was so pissed.
I had that happen too, with I was just, when I was first growing, I think it was my second, maybe my third, after that first really good harvest, I started watching the Weed Nerd, all that shit. Had a fucking first at my parents' house and everything kind of. And so it was fucking turned out fire. Next go around, had them already all preset, threw them in there, fucking flowered them. 5 weeks in, I kept on, I was like, now something's big enough, guys. Week 3, week 4, week 5, let's smoke this blunt and then take a couple dabs and let's go fucking check out these plants. I learned that pretty quick as well. Don't, no clones and no showing random buddies, even though, don't matter how well you know them, and even that grower that I got the russets from, I trusted him, you know, and it doesn't matter. You know, they could not know that they got them, or you can get them on the way home, or whatever, you know, so many different ways. So I'm so paranoid nowadays, damn near, and you know, just cautious, I guess you would call it, but I fucking take a shower before I go in there. I'll damn near go in there fucking butt ass naked if I need to. But you know, whatever, nobody's around, I'll jump in there. But but I mean, I usually rock in there with, you know, minimal amount of clothes, freaking just out of the shower. And then, you know, but you know, just to minimize me being a vector, you know, not taking in clones, popping all my own seeds, you know, there's just a couple things that I'm semi weird about. I mean, I guess like I got wettable sulfur, so I could definitely take in some clones, but I'm just nervous.
I am still, after all these years as well, I just would rather pop seeds.
Yeah,
Shit,
I mean,
I think I've only taken two in let's see here, fucking 10 years, last 10 years. I took in all three. That's a dirty, almost four. I had to stagger there, almost four. SoCal tried to send me some cuts of Koubay that the carrier was brutal with, so them didn't make it. Jack sent me the J1. Alex Hardy sent me his board 13, and Smiley the Jack Skellington. So them four were the only ones in the last 10 easy years that I've taken in. For the same reason, man, I'm just fucking paranoid bringing in somebody's problems, something that's stemmacetic that you don't even fucking see, a diseased plant. Like it's fucking, I'd rather just pop some seeds, do my own pheno hunting for. And you know, and another thing I've learned throughout the years is there just isn't the love for the clone as the seeds I popped. The seeds I popped, you know, it's like a baby, man. You raised it from like, you pheno hunted it, you selected your females and shit. The clone is somebody else's work. It's almost like a stepchild. Not that you don't love the stepchild, but sometimes it just isn't equal.
Yeah. Yeah, that epigenetic drift, freaking that shit just changes because of the environment that it's been in, and or the mistreatment or whatever the kid, you know, goes through a shitty time, a cold time, a fucking, you know, time with fucking PM, whatever it is, bugs, you know, that that can affect certain aspects of how the plant turns out, the terpenes, whatever. And I've had, you know, people are like, oh, this is dudded out. I'm like, nah, bro, like your room is fucking hot. Like you know, it's humid as dog shit in this flower room. Like, I don't care if that's in your bedroom. Great. Warm it up, freaking, you know, be careful with the humidity, but you can raise it up a lot higher than you can than in flower. So let's tone it down over here, brother, because I think that you're gonna. And then also with, you know, he was also drying in a similar room with the same heat and humidity. I'm like, humidity is not as bad when you're drying it, but really you still need to bring it down. It's like up at 70, it's up at like 80 or whatever humidity in here, and it's like really, really hot. It's like 90 or something, 90 something, whatever. I think it was like 94 in there, 92 or something. And I was just like, dude, it's too hot for flowers and drying. And you need to have a separate area. It's at least cooler, or get a machine, whatever they got to get to run through this and in a whatever. But, you know, some people don't want to listen, and that's why, you know, I used to be like, when I was first growing, I used to be a little rude about it or whatever. And I just don't care anymore. If somebody doesn't, you know, I don't have time to lip wrestle with people. So
Lip wrestle.
I don't have fucking time for that shit. But I want to help somebody where I can, so I want to see them succeed. I don't, you know, raising tides or whatever the fuck saying is. Raises all ships, whatever the fuck. You fool me, you can't get fooled again.
You fool me, can't get fooled again. That's right.
But much love to everybody in chat. Much love to fucking Johnny, bro, see you tomorrow, dog. Fucking thank you so much to everybody on YouTube, and whether you're veggie gardener or a fucking weed tuber or whatever, you fucking help me out. Thank you. Like, I don't know. I just like to, I think we all need our ups, you know what I mean? Johnny's taught me some shit with the Sandtech, brought that over from the veggie tubers and whatnot. And, you know, you can learn something from everybody. Respect to everyone, man. Much love, dude. Fucking Eagle. Cheers, brother. Thank you, man, for having me on the show. I'm not saying I'm gonna go or whatever, but you know, whatever you got to do is fine. But I just wanted to say fucking thank you.
Oh, man, thank you for your time, man. I appreciate your knowledge and you hanging out in chat, man. Your story, coming on, telling your story, not necessarily the easiest thing to do by any means. Appreciate that.
No problem, man.
Shit. I was gonna say something all about earlier you were talking about not liking to lead the conversation in like organics or something like that. I'm kind of right there with you, man. I understand. I have a good understanding how things are working in the soil there in the rhizosphere.
Yep.
But I enjoy listening to other people talk about it, the passions, and it ignites passions in me. And then the way my mind works is kind of fucking weird. I tend to get sidetracked or put things together, you know, as things are being progressed or spoken. And sometimes I get a little fucking sidetracked because I said earlier on when I started this thing about, you know, learning from other YouTubers or anybody in general, not to just dive into anybody's one process as being the way or whatever. Just kind of take it all in and make the dots line up. And you know what I mean? After you've taken quite a few of it in, you'll see the similarities and you can kind of run with your own program. And that's what happens when I listen to people fucking talk about organics and microbes and shit. I see the correlations. I'm putting together the processes in my head, or I might even fucking go, oh fuck, that relates to me too. You know, that's very much happened in organics and microbes and shit. And I'm like, wow, it all makes sense. It puts you like, you know, that kind of a place in the general scheme of life and everything. You're like, wow, fucking this is my place and this is how, you know, it all correlates. So sometimes I like to sit back and listen to other people speak about that shit rather than lead the conversation. There's too many fireworks going on in the old noggin as I listen to people speak.
Yeah. Well, also, you know, we try to control everything a lot of the time, and I don't want to control everything. I understand I don't have control of many things in my life. So I think that people can look at that and be like, okay, well, what are the things I can affect and then make a change in some small way, whatever. But like, you know, like let's say with certain plants, they'll have a specific, they'll be a plant attractant to a certain pest, and everybody's going to want to fucking nuke it with some organic or some whatever, some non, yeah, it's an organic or whatever, but it's not targeting a specific, it targets all, you know, many species, soft, hard, whatever. And so when you have a blanket effect and you try to nuke something, yeah, you're controlling it, but are you doing anything good? Are you like getting rid of the bad pests and encouraging the good? Because we all need a balance of both of those. There's not just good and bad. There has to be a little bit of a mix of both. And to think that there are good and bad is a whole nother thing, you know, in terms of, you know, organic species. That's all what I'm talking about. But that's a whole nother philosophical thought. But I mean, whatever. I don't want to get too deep. I'm not thinking that way. I already know. But yeah, I just definitely.
So what I was wondering why you're pouring there. What is the poison for the night, if you don't mind me using the old West term there?
Well, this is well, I have two different bottles that I'm currently tasting, and I got Glencairn's over here, which is a specific whiskey tasting glass. And but anyway, that's not to get all snooty or fucking uppity on nothing, but it's just because 70% of taste is smell. And so, but anyway, this is a this is a Glencairn, and it just tulips up so you can put your nose in it. And if it's too strong, you get too much ethanol, you back it off a little bit. But yeah, you get to experience a little bit more things, and there's other ways, pouring a little on your hands, rubbing them together, smelling it, and you get different flavors. But yeah, I got two different whiskeys here. They're both ryes. This is an Elijah Craig straight rye. Which way is it going?
They're right there.
Right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like, what is this? How many years is that? Anyway, I usually remember like all the different fucking percentages of rye and corn and shit and all that shit. But I remember the High West though. This is the other one. That's what I've been sipping tonight. That's from Utah. And that's MGP whiskey, which is a sourced whiskey. They make whiskeys for other folks. It has a 95.5 rye in it, which is about 2 years old. So 95 being the percentage of rye, 5% being the amount of barley. And then what was the other one? 80% this is a double rye. So the second rye whiskey used and blended is an 80% rye, and then an 20% malted rye. So anyway, just get different flavors and different shit. You'll have a little bit of a minty, clovey, cinnamon, baking spices, maybe a little caramel in the High West from Utah. And then with the Elijah Craig, it'll be more traditional caramel, vanilla, all that kind of shit. But yeah, I just enjoy, like I said, with the connection with my grandma earlier, she lived to like 102 or some shit, and that on a hot day she would drink a glass of rye whiskey and a glass of or a cold beer or both or whatever. And it just reminds me of her.
So don't they use do they use coffee and whiskey tastings like they do other stuff, to where they kind of use a coffee to kind of neutralize the palate in between samples? So they do that in whiskey samplings as well.
So that's a common misconception, actually. But I mean, you can, but it's not as effective as your own smell. So a lot of people will smell the crooks of their arm, their anticubular, as it would be the inside of your elbow. And so like that's what you smell your own scent to kind of neutralize. You're used to that. And then you can go back to tasting, or you can drink some water, but you can also add water to have also change the flavors that you're experiencing. Some other shit that will change it is like ice. So ice will dull some flavors, and then it'll bring out others, especially because the oils and the fatty acid esters and all that different shit that's just like in weed is in the whiskey can float to the top through the water, additional water. And then the type of water you add, usually distilled, but whatever. I mean, you don't have to be, I just use filtered water, just like with, cannabis and all that. Best to use something a little more filtered. And yeah, like I said, there's different ways to experience the taste. You can, swish them out around your mouth, do what the Kentucky chew, basically, like let it hit all parts of your tongue. And then you know, take small sips like you're drinking hot coffee. It's usually how people taste. And then women, it's cool. Like one thing about ladies, like they actually have more like neurons and olfactory neurons and different shit, like quite a few more than men do. And there's some different cool little statistics there about how ladies are actually really good tasters. My grandma was a taster as a, you know, profession and job occupation. So she did that for lots of different companies. And yeah, so I was always, like I said, I had a little love affair with tobacco, and for, you know, I mean, I was smoking pipe tobacco and cigars and different cigarettes, and certain ones I'd really dislike and some other ones I'd really enjoy. So it's, you know, probably the cigarettes and different shit like that really wasn't as good of a thing to get into, and the chewing tobacco for a small amount of time. But my dad had did that for, like, I know you used to chew, Eagle, but my dad chewed, and I think can now chews again, but he chewed for like 29 years, quit, went to smoking cigarettes and pipe tobacco, and you got real nerdy and deep in that and the different types of woods, and you know, how to not puff incessantly, you know, you just kind of slow draws, you know, really experiencing the mouthfeel of the smoke and all this different, you know, hippie shit, you know, fucking experiential shit. So that shit's just interesting to me, and that's why I like nerding out about whiskey shit lately, is just because of that, you know, different experiences, you know, the different requirements and ingredients used, the impact of the barrel. It's fun.
I actually been learning a little bit. I had an uncle that smoked a pipe and enjoyed tobacco that way, so I can understand a little bit. But
Smells so good in the air.
Oh, from I was listening to a book. Which one was it? Is one of the newer books. So I want to just so I don't. It is our mind. This is our mind on plants, and he's talking about tobacco and how it does actually have a lot of municipal value to it. It's just the American processing that has kind of made it so toxic. But there's a lot of benefits to tobacco that I didn't necessarily realize before, not to mention ceremonial purposes that, you know, I think it's a lot of people when they talk about Indians and stuff like that and the peace pipe, they automatically could associate cannabis with that. There's a lot of times where they preferred tobacco in certain ceremonies because the cannabis kind of took the mind away from the original purpose. But yeah, tobacco, and that's when I'm not a tobacco user. I used to chew a lot, but man, I do love to learn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Michael Pollan, I dig a lot of his books, man. I do. I love Audible, man. I just like, it's been a new one for me for like the last 2 years. I've been heavy on Audible. I like to mix my Audible with some mushrooms, to be honest with you. Some mushrooms, the garden, and Audible. Fuck, that day is gone, man. I could be listening and all of a sudden just be like spacing off. Like I said, the fireworks going off in my mind, putting something together, or, you know, again, associating it with something completely different. And I'll be like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
love
a lot of Native American. Some Native Americans will even, like, I learned, like, they even use some barks and different, there's a couple of different, quite a few different plants that they'll use, but yeah, for different effects and different flavors and whatever, smokes, I'm sure. But yeah, like, that shit's all interesting to me too. I love that, especially if it goes back to like how, you know, original peoples different whatever area, how they did it. That's very just interesting to me, and how they sustained it and how it worked out. I like a lot of.
So I think it's kind of a little interesting that your grandma was a taster as well. That, and you've seemed to share the kind of love for it is she must have. Have you ever thought about, following in the tradition in her footsteps and kind of making that a career as well, or a hobby, a fun, passionate hobby? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, at one point I thought about, of course, doing it for cannabis or, beer or whatever. And but no, I've never, and I, of course, for, I've thought about it for a small second for food, but I just never looked into it. My thing is like, I did real well in high school, and then, a couple of college courses that I took, and then eventually at Hartwood, and I got honors in most of those places, and good, whatever. Anyway, like, I know I got the smarts for shit, and I love learning, and I love, whatever. But at the same time, like, my thing is that a lot of computer shit. I have a hard time sometimes with computers and just, repetitive shit. It's kind of annoying, whatever. I don't know. But, always having to fucking type in this fucking long ass fucking code just to get on a stupid computer at college. I don't know. Just little things like that are just super. And then, but I love, I love actually the learning aspect. So I just think shit's sometimes not as they have access, I can get shit that's more accessible with audio book, shit on tape or whatever. And so that's, not an issue either. I don't have a problem reading, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm just more artsy or what, but I would like to, if my grandma did that, I don't know if she had any extra schooling. So I don't know if you'd necessarily have to do much schooling to become a taster anymore, but I got some, things to contribute that in terms of the
It's
other
interpretation. I mean, how do you necessarily teach a whole lot of interpretation? You know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
the one tasting it. It's all how your take on it. So I wouldn't.
Well,
I
also
think that
like some of the
would be
tasters that I
very
want.
possible. And again, if I'm all over the line here, I'm sorry, but do you think your vision impairment could be heightening your tasting experience? Could that, you know what I mean? Could you already have an ace in the hole against everybody else?
Well, sure. I think that there's definitely some more focus on those types of, like smells can bother me easily and whatever. But like, I think there's more of a focus on my end because that's what I primarily focus on. Like, I'm not really looking at, I'm looking at the camera or whatever, or towards at least where your face is on my computer screen. But I do the same thing when I'm talking to somebody. I'll look you right in your eyes, but I have a lot of central vision loss and like 30% and shit. So then I'm, can't see that great at night, all sorts of different shit. So like, I'll look you in your eyes as a respect thing, but I won't necessarily see your face. You're literally be like, my mind is filling in that you're there, but my vision doesn't see you. I see around you. I see all the shit around the computer screen, and it's blurry as shit too, because I don't wear contacts and that was originally because I couldn't see my phone, but now my phone talks to me. But, but by the way, so if I never like address someone in chat, or if your name is like difficult in or if my phrasing sounds odd sometimes, or it fucking replaces it with a completely different word sometimes in chat, that's usually because of my voiceover. So, and I can't really see how some folks spell their name. So that's why I say shit like, respect everybody in chat and like, what's up everybody and shit like that. Cause I want them to know, like, just cause I never addressed you in chat doesn't mean I ain't got respect for you or whatever. And that's what I always try to show people, is that I do care and I do have respect for you. And, I hope you don't misunderstand some of the shit I say or whatever. And I'm a jokey motherfucker. I like to fucking recite lyrics and some people, whatever. But some people don't get what I'm saying. So much respect to anybody that may have misunderstood me in the past or whatever, but nothing but love. But yeah, I mean, definitely the focus is there for the site. And I was saying with the taste, like different tasters that I talk about or watch, they'll say that if you got allergies, if you got what you've tasted earlier that day, what you ate in earlier that day, whatever, if it's spicy, or that'll influence your taste. And what you drinking before, what you eaten before, like that'll affect your flavors on what you're tasting. So just because you like something one day or you don't like it that day, and then you change, it can change. And so, when people are hard and fast about a lot of shit, they like to really be stubborn about it. It's like, I understand that's probably stubbornness, and it's not necessarily that. Maybe I'll toss an idea and then you'll try it, be like, oh, why don't you try that again? Or why don't you think about it in this way? Like, I like to do that kind of shit to some people, like, or to a lot of people, because I think it's good to look at shit in multiple ways. It's not just one. It gives you a little more empathy. I'm all over the place, but
So yeah, I'm excited for you to be getting out and meeting some of the cannabis community, man. That's one of the biggest things I love about the Michigan events is getting out, meeting people firsthand. But hats off to you for skipping the event and going, hey man, let's fucking hook up.
I
That's
didn't
pretty
even think about.
awesome.
I just heard the other day that was going on. I didn't even know until I heard somebody. I think it was Loyalty. Ty was saying like, "Oh, something going on here," and I didn't even fucking think about it. I didn't. What was it? Is it just mainly for people in the in business and whatnot, or is it also for just a cool a cup?
For sure.
Do you know what the
Is it the
event?
business event that's going on right now? The business expo in Vegas? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah,
Yeah. I thought that's what you were talking about. You said skipping the event, right? I thought you had said something about skipping the event or whatever, and so I thought you were talking about that.
You cut out there for a second. My internet shit out on me. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're cool.
You got Johnny Robot voice on me there for a sec.
Oh, okay. I was just saying that that you had said something about skipping the event. So I thought that's what you were referring to, was me going. Yeah, I thought that you were talking about, and I didn't know what kind of event that was.
No. I actually, no.
Is it me? Is my audio fucked up?
No, it's probably mine. Maybe. Hello?
Yeah, you were
Can you hear me?
skipping a little bit. I can hear you a little better now, I think.
Yeah, it's probably mine. Every so often, it's satellite, so sometimes it gets a little choppy. Sorry about that. My bad.
Oh, you're good, brother.
My bad.
No worries. Hey, and no worries at all. That's why we smoke weed, right? Not to worry about shit as much.
So I do think that's awesome. You getting out there and meeting the community, man. Johnny's a good dude. I hope you have fun out that way, man.
Yeah, dude. Freaking yeah, I think we're gonna meet up, maybe make some hash with some folks, and maybe see some other, whatever else they got going on. If we want to do a seed trade or look and see what I got some extra of, and do a little seed swap and a little burning down. I was a little bit confused because I know federally, blah blah blah, illegal, but like in each of these states that I'm going to, they all have recreational. So what the fuck? Like I'm kind of confused on whether I can fly or with some weed or not, but I don't think I will take any because it's like bringing sand to the fucking beach.
I think certain carriers, if you're going from medical or state to state, that they have cannabis. I don't think a lot of them even give a shit anymore. To be honest with you. I know there's definitely a few airlines that just don't give a shit. So, but I agree with you. Why fuck with it when you're gonna go there? You might as well taste what's native to the area and shit. That's why you're going.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited about trying some new flour. Fucking, it's always good to try something new. I know Blind by the Light's got a fucked, I mean, he's got like a shit ton of American One's gear. He's got all of his gear, as you know, that's how I got it. I consulted for him and he sent me a bunch of seeds for doing that. And so and then I know that he's got a bunch of Irie genetics, so I recommended that shit. Cause just like Sub, like he's super descriptive, and that's what I appreciated about him. Like, this is what you're gonna see in the different phenos. This is about how tall it's gonna grow. This is the flavor. This is how much it feeds, whatever. All that information's great when I hear that. So you know, informational, whatever. So so yeah, I wanna, and that's another thing you were talking about, being excited about different shit I'm running. I got some from Raptor Grow, some, what was that shit? It was the Scarlet Begonias originally, and then it was, or no, Red Haired Stranger that he crossed with his male King Solomon, made Scarlet Begonias, and then Raptor Grow crossed, like, I don't know if he open pollinated it or just chose something, but I think he open pollinated. Either way, he's bringing that line forward because I guess Rasta Jeff cut it out, you know, cut that one off his menu. So that's, I'm excited about, you know, testing those out for him. Always looking for a nice, well, you know, high yielding strain, but it's hard to find all that. Sometimes it's hard to find, like, you know, best of all the different worlds, easy to grow, high yielding, terpy, you know, resistant to shit. We're all looking for that holy grail.
Love testing. I've always loved testing. Yeah, I've had some ups and downs with it. Not everything's winners. Not everything's winners. Some of that shit just doesn't produce. Some of it just isn't good. But then you always stand that chance of having that one that nobody else has yet, acquired than nobody else. Everybody likes to show up and go, taste this. And everybody's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. You can't get this. You can't get this. In fact, nobody's even talking about this yet. It's always the fun part of testing, right?
Yeah, that, not that, and then you get, like, I don't know, I don't just monocrop either. I like to run a bunch of different strains, so I always have you know, a veritable plethora of fucking shit to choose from. I got, like, right now I only got about 4 or 5, and I'm and out of all that, I kept the train wreck, blueberry train wreck. So, and I've ran for lots of other people and I found some good shit, but it just didn't meet it met some criteria that, you know, the terps were great, it grew well, whatever, but it didn't have something to where I didn't keep it around. I ran shit for Stabby, I ran shit for Cannabis Organum, and not like ran it for them, just tested it, and they were kind enough to send me some or whatever, but for free, damn near too, or for free for sure. But like, yeah, so, you know, I think some of that shit is just because of the strain. Like, somebody sends me some cookies, I'm probably not going to continue to grow it. I'll grow it for 1 or 2 just go rounds and it's on to the next, just like most shit.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to kill them off myself.
Yeah.
For the next new.
Yeah, especially like sometimes I'll be lazy or whatever. I'll want it to re-veg. So if it, you know, that's why this rec came through. I had about a couple of its brothers and sisters and a proprietary and another one too, but I had to the blueberry. But anyway, I had a bunch of that shit and some of it didn't make through the re-veg, which probably my fault more than the strain itself. But so one made it through real well, and that's just the one I kept. But get it back to being real healthy. I got like 5-6 tops on it, and they're looking real good. Re-vegging. So that's the only plant I got going other than like 5 fucking aloe vera. And so yeah, freaking re-veg that, take a cutting off of it, dip the shit out of it in some sulfur, and see how many come through that process. Which Oregon's been more difficult than obviously Cali was, but so I have a little bit more loss than usual. Maybe I'll have like 90% make it or whatever instead of the usual 100, but that shit happens.
You go straight to soil when you plant seeds?
I go cocoa first myself, or sometimes I'll do, if it's a clone, I'll do like a rapid rooter or cocoa, whatever. Just depends on what I got at the time. I mean, I could even use soil if I wanted to, but it may take a little longer. So I go from cocoa, I 24-hour, sometimes maybe up to 30, sometimes as low as 18, whatever, soak them for that amount of time, 18, about 18, 24 hours. Tap water, fucking throw them in cocoa. Sometimes they don't even have to necessarily be sprouted. They'll just, I'll keep the soil moist, the cocoa moist. And then from there, go from a small ass cup, whether it be solo or waxy. And then I'll go into soil. And like I said, I mix my own soil. So leftover bags of Roots Organics or whatever I happened to, one time and they didn't have any of that. So I got Fox Farm like I used to run, but then I was just like, fuck this Fox Farm shit. I don't want to have to buy, they didn't have the roots again. So I was like, whatever, I don't really, let's just put some cocoa and some peat and some vermiculite and some, just start making it, and then adding my gypsum and my barley and rock, all these different things I said before, all the different amendments, super soil basically, and then worm castings, which I'm making. Yeah, and just mix the shit out of that. If I can, fucking let it cook. If not, try to, not plant directly into the hot soil. Try to go with the, maybe if I need to fucking surround it like Sub did with the regular soil, and then let it grow into the super soil. But anyway, and then last year with the outdoor, I just fucking put all those amendments and tilled it right into the ground and put, straw and on top. Like I said, I really want to get into the wood chips, so get at least a 6-inch layer, if not fucking up to 2 feet. If I need to plant in it, tuck it aside, smallest hole ever for the seed or the transplant or whatever, and then fill it back in once it's growing in place. But that's kind of my process in general. I just kind of I do like a Mean Gene kind of thing, or like a Humboldt grower would do, just fucking amend that shit, with as much shit as you can, and preferably, watch how much of each ingredient you put in, but a little bit more of a, almost intuitive way to grow, and then you of course read the plant if it tells you it needs whatever because of this symptom or that, whatever. If it's, and what I really want to eventually get into, because I don't have a bunch of extra money, so that's why I use amendments as well, is because it's a little cheaper, and so I built up over time. But and then of course my compost out back and all that shit is excellent. Chop and drop whatever's growing around. But fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, soil test. So I'd like to get in what Smiley's doing with the soil testing and actually knowing specifically what to add according to somebody who's doing something similar, like the Dr. Soil or whatever is, I think that's his name, right? Soil Doctor, yeah.
So what was your reservation with using the wood ash? I don't know if you caught or not, but I've been experimenting with top dressing a little bit with wood ash,
Oh, cool. So I guess
on the reuse soil.
I
I've
guess
just
what
been
like
kind of like putting it on and watering it in is what I've been. So I thought I'd tell you what I was doing. So
yeah, hell yeah, brother. That's fucking awesome that you're getting into doing different shit like that. The only thing I understand, like, and like I said, I just watch fucking YouTube videos like most of us do and figure out. But basically, like it can have an effect on pH, and I forgot which way it fucking. I think it's more acidic. Fuck if I know, bro. I'm not, like I said, I'm not focused on that. I haven't read up on it recently, so I'm not fucking all up on game right now. But I know it has a lot of potassium, so that's a good thing. It's mostly fucking potassium, but it also has a effect on the pH, possibly, is what I think I've heard that before in a few places. But yeah, I think Smiley, I heard him spitting some game about that particular subject, and a couple other people I think may have chimed in, but heard him say something about it a couple of weeks ago or something, or a week or two, whatever. And yeah, I've heard it on gardening channels and a couple of weed channels as well, that it has a possibility of affecting pH.
yeah, he was telling me use it a little sparingly there. I'm just still dipping my feet and experimenting. You know what I mean? Well,
Yeah.
that's the fun of gardening there.
Yeah.
But
Well, it also, I mean, like soil itself will help correct its own, not soil, but microbes within the soil will help correct pH. I mean, you kind of want to get within a range preferably, but if you don't, I don't pH. I mean, but I also, I don't have 8.5 like I used to pH. Now it's a little bit closer to 7. So I'm not as worried about it. And I'm not on a well. I know you're on a well. So that can be different. And as you've seen trials and tribulations, the pH can swing, as well as the amount of certain minerals was changing. When it was getting super hot, and you saw, these videos, and he was talking about, oh man, we're having these fucking problems, and then bam, we found out it was the well. It was fucking summertime. It was high in this, whatever it fuck it was. And so, what was I talking about? Yeah, so pH. What else pH itself, or soil itself, is a pH adjuster, but fucking a buffer. Sorry. And then you can do shit like oyster shell. What else is pH balancing? There's a couple of things, and it's not jumping to my mind right this second, but I know that oyster shell is one. I'm sure somebody in chat is fucking screaming it out. Smart motherfuckers in chat.
They're 20 seconds, 20 or 30 seconds behind us as far as like chat goes.
Okay.
But I definitely love the experimenting again in organics. That's actually one of the reasons I gave up super soil, brother, to be honest with you, and got back into the cocoa. I've been back and forth, but it was when I first initially moved up here, I was coming from all cocoa because I was in the attic area, and soil's too fucking heavy. Soil's too fucking heavy to be running in an attic space, man.
Yeah.
I ended up having to build a beam under that fucking area, and it still was like, ugh. So all cocoa, I move up here. I decided, well, fuck, I'm back on solid ground. I can handle the weight of soil again. So I started the super soil fucking system again, and then took on some new patients and got into the unfinished super soil there, and got into some hot shit.
Yeah.
And ended up getting in a lockout situation. And at that point, I was already into the curve, if you will. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Obviously, if I'm building already into my surplus, I'm already behind the game with the new patients. And I was like, you know what? Fuck this. fuck this. Went right back to cocoa instead of, going back and making a larger batch and waited. And I kind of stayed in that cocoa until Smiley came along with the earth boxes and kind of refired up my love for want to be in soil, I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know, just like it just depends on what your thought process is on shit. Like, I mean, like, sure, there's certain like shit you can't get from, and I'm not trying to hate once again on the fucking synthetic guys or whatever, but not, there's no fucking argument. It's fucking produces fire, produces terpy shit. But as you fucking you wouldn't have been using it all this time if it wasn't. So but there's certain phytonutrients and organic, in the chemistry there's certain phytonutrients that are only found within, organics. And that's what they taught at massage school. That's what my philosophy is in general. So you guys are about to dip.
Yeah, I
Gotta say bye to my guests here real quick.
gotta remodel it tomorrow morning. I'm doing insulation.
Hell yeah, brother. Right on, man. Thanks for the fucking
Good seeing you.
Thanks for the fucking the press and setting it up and
Yeah,
squishing some
absolutely.
shit, teaching me.
Yeah, we're gonna come down on that. We're gonna do some long press times, make some butter.
Yeah, let me make some good ass hash, proper.
Right.
Fucking then we'll dry that shit out and we'll even try the keef. I mean, I've heard some different things about the keef that doesn't press as well, but I don't know.
I was even a fan of hash presses, and everyone else didn't seem to like it because it was darker, but I thought it had a good flavor.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on how much you want to like run through at a time. And I also have like shit that's just shake and whatever shit from anyway.
Yeah. Well, it was good meeting you too, Eagle. Good
You
talking
too,
to
brother. Get that account and come hang out, man.
Everybody say
it was a
goodbye
pleasure
to
meeting you.
Adam Dunn.
Goodbye, everybody.
I always thought that when I was talking to him, like, bro, you sound like a motherfucking Adam Dunn, bro. Did you make bubble gum?
Did you make bubble gum?
Well, I guess he didn't make it. He just he made it popular. But anyway.
All right, buddy, we'll catch you later. I'm gonna get my long drive home now.
Make sure this light's on. All right.
Definitely seems like a good guy. I hope he does make this spring game. Come and hangs out.
Hell yeah. Oh, lock the door behind you guys. Oh, be right back, Eagle. I'm gonna be right here.
No problem. Here's Smiley's Gardens, Jeff. Stony Creek, Diggity Dank, how you doing? Southern BT Grower, Martial Artist, 2012, Twisted Roots, Blaze Daily, Claude D. Goslin, how you guys doing? Spinning through chat very quickly. Sorry if I missed anybody. Laura Camp, how you doing? Mr. Raptor Grows, as you've mentioned, and did show up this evening to support another fellow weed nerd.
Yeah, I was hanging out with him and quite a few other guys out in Cannabis Organim's chat for quite a while. We were freaking. That's another guy that's with the organics and the fucking growing mushrooms on the wood chips and doing everything, man. He mushroom hunts out in the Oregon mountains where, just below the fucking snow line, and it's fucking just all sorts of different good knowledge from that cat. And all the folks that follow him, they're really interested in learning some shit, just like so many of your viewers. Fucking A, bro. It's fucking they just left, Jen. Oh, you're good. I was just letting you know that they just left. So eventually, once we shut down or whatever, I'll need your help closing out.
So that's one of the things that I actually really love about this community and the state of cannabis in general. From when I started to grow, man, there's so much information out there, so many people willing to share their grow styles and what they're doing. And kind of like I said earlier, not too many people necessarily willing to have to like, this is my method or trying to claim a method. You know what I mean? It's just,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is what I'm doing. Take it or leave it. It's more of a, I like to think of it more of an open source learning community anymore. Everybody just bringing in something to the table, and it fucking, you want to take what I'm doing and jump off, make it better, whatever. You know what I mean? Run with it. It's an awesome day in cannabis for sure, man. All the knowledge that's free flowing through the cannabis community right now, as well as genetics. That's another thing that's made my heart fucking huge lately is the genetics that you were talking about, man. People have passed genetics the last couple of years just free flowingly. When as seed prices are going up and people are trying to fucking actually fucking hammer prices and shit, the cannabis communities went, you know what? Fuck this. I got some for you. We can trade, we can pass some, whatever, man. Just get growing. It's been pretty fucking awesome to see the cannabis community grow the last few years.
Yeah, man, I had only posted a few times as of recent, and then I slapped like fucking 20 some odd pictures in there as pretty recently. But I got so many likes from so many people in the community. I even fucking dude. Of course, like, you know, DLP and Modern and Smiley and so many different people. Isley Special Branch, fucking Night Owl Genetics, like my shit. I was like, what? And I wasn't even one of the pictures I wasn't even that proud of. I was like, shit, like I have better ones than that. But but I was like, oh dude, like I wonder if that's the real guy. I think it is. I only usually try to follow the real cats, but I was just freaking flattered, you know, like not saying I'm all that great, but you know, I'm no dummy.
I think
You're
we've
good.
all come to see the pretty awesome guy in general, for sure, man. That's when meeting the people and putting the face between, you know, for the name, it changes everything. It really does. And it's weird how it works, but as we come through this, I don't know, door or whatever the fuck you want to call it, this shit really it becomes from a cannabis community kind of family. As you'll see, if you haven't found out, I'm sure you'll notice by the time you get to Vegas tomorrow, man. It is very welcoming and shit, man. These can events in Michigan, man, like when Modern everybody that shows up, it isn't even about. I guarantee anybody that's hearing these words that's been to these events, it isn't. It might be a High Times Cup, it might be a Clio cultivation, it might be up north, it may be downstate, whatever. It isn't long before we're there and we're kind of like sub community or take over the event, where now it's like a family event, man. We all fucking meet up, we start pushing our tables together, we're like, oh man, well, you know what I mean? It goes from can of community to can of family, I believe, like at this point. So man, it's
That's what
fucking good, man.
that's
Some
what
of the
we,
best people I've ever met right here.
oh
You,
yeah.
all the rest of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what we need, dude. We don't, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, like that's what a lot of, you know, shitty people, whatever powers it be, whatever you want to fucking call them, but that's what they fucking want, dude. Infighting, distraction, bullshit. You know, I'm blinded by the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? My homie's blinded by the light. I'm blinded by the bullshit. Like, you know, I'm colorblind to that shit. You're not, you know what I mean? I don't like even focusing on it. It doesn't deserve my fucking time. Like, I'm trying to focus on community. I'm trying to focus on building up my brother. I'm trying to, you know, praising him when he does fucking good, because that's what we all need, is a little fucking energy boost, a little bit of love from a brother, from a sister, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need no fucking infighting. We don't need no shit talking. I'm better than you. I know more than you. Great. If you know more than me, I'll fucking want to hear it. Just don't be a fucking butthead when you say it. You know what I mean? You're going to attract way more people that way. And that's what we want. We all want that. We all don't want, I'm smarter than you and this is what I know. Like, that's fine. Great. I'm happy that you know that. I want to know that too. You know, thanks for sharing. Just fucking, you know, whatever. I know I'm not trying to be all fucking smart, you know, Mr. Rogers on him, motherfucker, but Mr. Rosin's neighborhood, baby. What's up, Pedro? That's what I love too, is like all the different groups, the friggin' 420 resistance, learn so much from them, learn so much from Grow to Roundtable, Hash Church. Man, like when groups of growers get together, share their tools, share their experience, we're only going to build. That's where we want to go.
Wise words. So how we doing on time, my friend? I don't want to hold you up. I know you got travels, you know, probably do want to catch some Z's before you catch that plane. I'm sure there's probably a few bags you want to double check before you head out. How we doing on time?
Oh, I'm pretty good, bro. Like, as long as you want to go, if you feel like you want to cut out, no problem at all. I don't have no thoughts about that. If you feel you want to do that, it's cool with me. Do you have any other questions? I'm more than willing to go into whatever. And if you just want to bullshit, or if you want to open up Weed Nerd World, whatever.
Yeah, keep rolling. We keep rolling. We've been all over the map, and I wouldn't have it any other way. If I wanted it structured, I'd sit down and fucking write a questionnaire. You know what I mean? I prefer it to bounce all over and fucking be more from the heart and fucking anything else.
It's the real, man. That's why I fucking watch.
There's still lots of stuff.
That's why I watch you, bro. Is
All
like
right.
you're fucking real as a motherfucker, and that's why I watch your shit. And but yeah, man, like last night and the night before, even I was so excited about not only my trip but being on the show that I wasn't able to sleep. So I literally had to like wake up and come read some more books and try to put me to sleep and shit. But I was so excited to be on and just say what's up to everyone and all that good shit. Fucking, I love it.
Yeah. Glad you fucking took the time to come hang out. I'm sorry to push you back a day. You wanted to come out. Actually wanted to come on tomorrow while you were in Vegas, but that conflicts with the one and only night that I kind of take off, or is mandatory Weed Nerd World night, which I kind of would have qualified because it would have been Weed Nerd World-esque with Johnny and everybody hanging out in the background, but I wouldn't have got. There's no regrets on my side because I wouldn't have got the general one-on-one. It would have been some of the other folks in the background. So I prefer the spotlights, man. I love the one-on-ones. As I said before, man, I take something away from. I am a bit of an empath, and I always take something away from the person that I had the conversation with. Either it being some knowledge or just some energy from that person, you know, it's something one way or another.
So
Tonight
like
it's been a little bit of both.
Hell yeah. Yeah, like with massage or whatever, we would love to, a lot of people, we always talk, you know, a lot of my fellow classmates and whatever, and they all say like, man, I love giving because I actually am getting something. I feel like I'm vibrating at a higher level. I feel like I got a bunch of energy, you know, not like a vampire way or whatever, but because, you know, you got to respect, like you're in a position of quote unquote power or whatever, you know what I mean? You're like leaning over somebody, or, you know, they're trusting you with their body. You got to have a certain amount of boundaries and respect. and all that kind of shit if you're in that field. So like, and you know, because we get a lot of fucking flack for, you know, oh, you're fucking rubbing people or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're a therapist, we're not a masseuse, we're not, you know, none of that shit. That's a fucking, you know what I mean? That's almost a dirty word to someone like myself. Is like, I really take my craft seriously, and I have respect for somebody's body, and like, you know what I mean? The fucking, what's it? You know, they're in a vulnerable space, so you got to respect that. But you know, but you also like receive quite a bit, like in terms of just energy or whatever you want to call it. I'm not like a big Reiki guy, so you're not going to see me fucking, you know, you might see me doing this or
Reiki massage, but by the way,
Huh?
but I know you're right. I said I've been wanting to go for a Reiki massage, by the way.
Well, it's a lot more energy,
but
and like it's a little bit less of the manipulation, and I think that there's power within the manipulation and you're going to naturally have that energy there. But I think intuition, you know, intention and all that stuff is wonderful, and it's great. You got to have good intention, all that shit. But I just think that you got to actually do some shit and facilitate some movement, whether it's just effleurage, you know, your fluff and buff, we call it, your feel good massage, or whether it's more of a sports massage or a deep tissue massage or a myofascial release, you know, your muscle wrapper, your fascia is your wrapper of your muscle. You know, you're stretching that out in order for your muscle to further expand and relax. You know, your trigger point therapy with your friggin' with your deep tissue massage, you're actually taking your knots out or whatever, you know, in the layman's terms, you're getting rid of that that banded wad of muscle, and you're laying it back in the correct and the formation of how that muscle flows. You know, your hot stone massage, you know, like there's a lot of actual real therapies that, and I'm not trying to shit all over Reiki people, but I just seen a lot of Reiki folks do this energy stuff. And I just think there needs to be a little bit of manipulation, you know, and I like, was it craniosacral therapy? And that's actually, you know, like, you know, from your cranium to your sacrum, your tailbone, and like helping, you know, they talk about like your leg is like unwinding out of a socket almost, you know, like it's kind of like twisting itself back to proper alignment. I believe in shit like that, and like occipital holds and different holds that you can do to reset the neck and let it sit in a proper place. And, you know, you see all sorts of visions, and like you get a lot of like visuals from that shit. You can literally, and by the way, so that's one thing that's cool. Craniosacral therapy is something I'm pretty interested in. But anyway, the wild blue green algae I was talking about earlier with the microalgae, excuse me, the hippies in the 60s used to take the wild blue green as a fucking, like similarly to acid. And what they found was when they used it very often, it would cool down your kidneys, because your kidneys are like you know, they keep your body warm. They're a thermoregulator, one of the thermoregulators in your body. And so when you're cooling down your kidneys, and this is traditional Chinese medicine, and there's some more science to it and shit like that, but in general, you're shutting down your kidneys, and you know what I mean, that could be real bad, you know what I mean? So you got to be careful with shit like overuse of wild blue green algae. That's why spirulina and especially chlorella is mild, and you won't have more that effect on the kidney.
So again, and I without a doubt believe that you are releasing all kinds of and taking all kinds of energy as you do your massages, without a doubt, and you have to be taking some of it. We're talking about energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's being
and I don't mean to discount the
directional.
Reiki. I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect the Reiki.
Oh, no. This is the way I see about that, man. It's like going to the fucking dentist or anything else. when I when I go to when I end up at the Reiki massage guy, I don't think it's gonna be for the physical relief that I would go to somebody like you for. I'm looking to more fucking set my fucking chakra. You know what I mean? I'm looking for more of a release like that, more spiritually, I guess, than a physical release of energy, I guess would be the way I view it.
So my other extra addition to that would be that yoga is a spiritual practice, but it's also a physical practice. So, and as you may well have heard, being into Buddhism and all that kind of stuff is like, you know, bitter practice, sweet mind, sweet practice, bitter mind, you know, like, so, you know, you just fucking do whatever you want all the time and you don't have any like good bitter practices, you may just, you know, lead yourself down a whatever different path. Whereas if you have a bitter practice, you know, martial arts, yoga, meditation, so many others, you know, praying, like there's so many different, smoking weed, eating mushrooms, you know, there's so many different practices out there. They're all, and you know, not wearing contacts, you know, for me, that's a fucking meditation, that's a practice. So, or like some people, some of the wonderful hippies that I was fucking taught by were talking about, you know, not speaking, you know, and that being a practice that they're implementing that day. And I'm like, what the fuck? You're not talking to me. Like, I'm just trying to fucking whatever, you know, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to be like, what's up, bro? Let's talk while we're eating lunch. There's shit to do else out here. We're out in the mountains. But yeah, like, so spiritual practice can be physical and vice versa. And it doesn't need to be one or the other. It could be both. It could be one or it could be one or the other. And they're all good. You know what I mean? Whatever helps you in your, you know what I mean? It's fucking whatever you, and we all need different shit at different times. We need something a little more internal, a little more spiritual, or sometimes we need a little bit more, you know, herbal medicine or food medicine, because food, that's what hypocrisy is taught, like that your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. A lot of doctors have strayed a little bit away from that and join the pharmacopoeia thought process, and that's another rabbit hole. But yeah, man, respect
Well,
to
the
the
whole
fucking
pharmacopoeia thing kind of, when you asked me earlier about the foods and stuff, you know, what I enjoy, it's weird how you can then adapt from just beliefs and whatever. See, initially my slide into veggies was kind of from my kids. You know, it was, I had to buy almost a whole separate, it was two different dinners. I was making them a veggie meal, and I was greedily, we were eating steaks and hamburgers. I kind of started dipping my feet into it because one reason or another, trying to make a dinner time a singularity again, to where we were all eating the same shit was part of the goal. And then I started, you know, seeing the benefits of it. But then it kind of took a little twist on me as the last year in growing and shit, as I started to get back down that organics road and just wanting to sustain things more responsible, not just for myself, but the whole thing, man. The overuse of water, you know, how much it actually takes for a hamburger and shit, when you can like skip all that shit and just kind of eat the plant, you know what I mean? That's kind of what they're here for, you know, be the bioremediator between us and the soil. You know what I mean? They're doing the hard work, turning the fucking minerals and whatnot into usable energy and nutrients for us and shit. Why are we putting a middleman into that? That's kind of fucking it all up, man. it's secondary nutrients at that point. Why aren't we just, being more responsible, growing what we need and shit like that? And I kind of like that you were talking about earlier. Another thing something you said that I really enjoy is the commune kind of aspect of things, or living off the grid is super appealing. Providing for yourself responsibility, but again, growing enough for a neighbor or somebody else that could use some and barter with that. Again, whoever's listening, whoever may listen, think what you want about this, but I barter a lot of shit. You can call me Ricky off the Trailer Park Boys or what, but if I can fucking
No, we
barter
would
that
call.
shit, we can make a trade for cannabis. I'm all in. I'm all in. If that be for me, fucking tires,
We would call you Rick.
whatever.
We would call you Ricky off of that because of your egoisms, right? I mean, you got some fucking words that you have that are fucking great, dude. They're like Rickyisms, they're egoisms. And but anyway, no disrespect on that, by the way. I hope you don't take that. Because I like Ricky off of that, and I'm not trying to make fun in no way. But brother, dude. Okay, so like there's so many different things I want to say about that, all that shit you just said. So one thing is, fuck, before I lose it, what was I gonna say? So all the different types of foods. So like, okay, so once again, talking about the cancer treatment, there's this, the first day I showed up to Heartwood, the first thing we had was chili, and it was tempeh chili. And I was like, oh, tempeh, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's just fermented. It's just soybean. Okay, well, I don't mind some tofu, like in my hot and sour soup, or my chow mein, or my curry, or whatever, all sorts of different shit. And I like the texture on it, especially if it's pan fried, whatever. I'm a texture guy. I don't just like mushy shit, I don't like mashed potatoes very much. It's got to have mushrooms and onions and whatever. Anyway, so tempeh was the first meal I had. And I was like, dude, this is what I had to look forward to for a fucking year at this massage school. Like, it's the only residential massage school in America. That's why I chose it, to live here and get away from home, because mom didn't want me smoking weed at home. And mom, I'm not going to change myself. So I'm off doing my own thing. I've been to boarding school before. I loved it. Fucking great. So I went there, and that was the first thing I experienced. Me and my mom were visiting for just to, have the meeting, and, oh, can you handle it out here? Fuck yeah, I can. Can you guys handle me? My crazy fucking ways. But so I eat that shit, and then there's tofu, tempeh, and then there's seitan. And that shit is like even more fermented soybean, and it's just one of the many fucking things, like, what miso soup is another form of fermented soy. Anyway, there's a fucking barbecue sauce one. What is it called? Anyway, there's different types of fucking fermented soybean, and the one's called seitan, and they give it to cancer patients. And it smells like socks when you smell it. So it's like, oh, like off-putting at first, but then you taste it, tastes nothing like socks, thankfully. And it just gets your blood flowing, and it cleans your blood and does all this great shit. So between that and all the different teas that they had, like gunpowder tea, which I don't know I don't think it was literal gunpowder, but it was something, they had fucking white tea, black tea, like all these different, dandelion, so on and so forth. And it's just all these different medicines that are good for you in different ways. Nettles for the joints, like I love all that shit. And then like all the different grains I got introduced to, amaranth, kamut, and these are things that you can implement in your, especially because your daughters are vegetarian or whatever, they choose to be vegan or whatever. They don't eat honey and different anything animal product, including honey. You know what I mean? Vegans are out on, eggs, all that shit. But I chose to eat all that shit, and I even cooked meat in my freaking dorm, and and I had all that kind of shit. But yeah, dude, amaranth, kamut, all these different greens, mustard greens, fucking dandelion. You can eat all that shit, and it has, you know, lots of different cleansing properties, and there's so many different, you know, beans, adzuki, fucking, you know, and yeah, millet. There's a lot of shit that people have never even heard of in there. I've never heard of a lot of those things before I went to massage. You know, dulse, which is a form of seaweed. It just looks purple. Fucking put that shit with some apple cider vinegar on your salad, your greens. Shit. Apple cider vinegar and dulse, some seaweed. Get your iodine, you're gonna get your calcium, your magnesium, the shit you need the most, you know, just like plants. You know, calcium and magnesium are tied together. That's why we eat a lot of greens. We eat them for breakfast, you know. I eat beans for breakfast. Fucking Scarface, anyway. I ate that salsa for breakfast. Anyway, I get on a hippie ass fucking tangent, and I love all that shit. Fucking sprouted grain breads for those who can't eat, you know, because white flour is the devil, and in our, you know, hydrogenated oil is the devil, white sugar, you know what I mean? Like, that's just what we were taught, basically, you know, super not good for you. Bleached foods, processed foods, all that. You know, the more whole foods you can get in your diet that's what we're all looking for. And the shit that tastes good. We don't want nothing that fucking tastes like shit, you know. But, you know, people from India, they have such a beautiful cooking culture because they can feed so many people off such little, you know, lentils and all this different shit. And people are getting there, and you'll see always lentils and brown rice and all these different things that, you know, complement each other in terms of nutritional needs. And you know, Ayurvedic medicine it's another beautiful thing, just like traditional Chinese medicine is. You know, that traditional Chinese medicine is over 10,000 years old. And so you compare that to Western medicine, 200 some odd years old. And we just got a lot more history. And so looking at those things, looking at the neem tree, looking at neem oil, yeah, it fucking smells a little weird, but guess what? It does a shit ton more good things than just that little smell that you're worrying about. You know, I have to take a medicine every night, cornstarch and apple juice. Apple juice, so it's non-acidic, but the cornstarch, because it's a complex carbohydrate. And that basically allows me to go through the night, similar to oatmeal. Complex carbohydrate lasts a long time energy wise. I don't have to tap into different fat storages and such to where my body doesn't, you know, because if I don't take nothing, my body tries to do that, can't do it, jumps right into the muscle. Just like Smiley was talking about the other night, most of our bodies tap into our fat storage as energy when we don't have food calories on board. You know, but yeah, anyway, when I go to the hospital, I basically get flushed with an IV there for about 7 to 10 days, and it's pretty painful, but that's a large reason why I, you know, use edible and topical and smokable herb. It's fucking, it's nice. It's nice.
I love the sauce. Oh, I brain farted there first night.
That was hilarious the other night with Modern fucking cracking up about the fart jokes all night. There was an old, remember that old Budweiser Christmas commercial when the fucking horse farted and shit? Why did they ever take the farting horse from Budweiser down? I don't know. Ask Modern. Oh, Banshee. Don't show anybody your butthole. She loves to make biscuits on my lap all the time. Like she's just kneading, fucking clawing me. I have to damn near
That's
have a
a big
pillow between
cat.
me and yeah, she's a good cat. She's loving. Probably one of my most loving cats. And that's what I like about, you know, some people don't like cats, but and I was a dog person all my life. But you know, cats, you get to meet them on their terms. It's not always on yours. I think that's sometimes what some people don't like about cats. Other cats are assholes and they're just trying to protect themselves, but because it's rough out there, you know.
You just threw me right into that category because that's what I was just getting ready to say.
I knew
about
it.
Cats versus dogs. You can only love cats when they want to be loved, and a dog
Yep.
fucking comes right now.
Yep.
I want to love you.
Yep. And it's always unconditional. Fucking right as you could have left fucking 10 seconds ago. They're right there. And that's actually okay. So I wanted to tell a little story about that. My grandparents showed Bouvier to Flounders, which are a French cattle breeding dog. And they did that, you know, raised them, bred them, you know, even through an intermediary. I forgot who exactly it was, but bred with Bill Cosby's stud, his male Bouvier de Flounder. And like I said, they're a French cattle herding dog, whatever. And Frenchie actually had one, so I bullshitted with him on IG about that. And but yeah, man, they're very super loyal. Like my grandma got pulled over in Texas by a cop. She's like, "Hey, don't fucking lean into this car. I got a dog in here that is very protective and will fucking rip your shit off." Like, you know, and the cop fucking put his arm on the edge of the window and fucking dog fucking got, but their eyes are covered with hair a lot. They're black, curly, almost like my mom's hair, kind of like wavy. Not, you know, maybe my mom's hair is a little bit less wavy, but anyway, it can be they have docked ears usually and a docked tail. They're a big dog. So when I told you I had died a couple of times when I was a kid, once in the hospital about 6 months old, and once a couple of years down the road or whatever it was, I forgot when, but and my, you know, cardiac and respiratory arrest. And the dog, whose name was Cujo, fucking went and got my grandparents and my parents and wouldn't let him lay back down, freaking and freaking saved my life. So not only that, but the same one, Cujo, taught me how to walk. I freaking, you know, grabbed its hair, which was really easy to freaking grab, and started walking. That, you know, stood up and all that shit. And so Bouviers and dogs are a foundation in my life that can never be replaced by a cat or anything else. But also my namesake, BlindCat420, I was at my dad's wedding, 30 years old or so. Friggin' my dad's wedding to his, I guess you would consider it his third wife. There's my mom, my stepmom that my first stepmom that died from pancreatic and liver cancer. And then, so that was, you know, and then me and my dad moved in with his new wife. This was after, you know, I'd lived on my own and done all this other shit, but I came back to live with my dad to help my dad out because he wanted me there to support. So anyway, freaking went back there, started growing a vegetable garden, all this fun shit, you know. His wife died. We, you know, year later, 2 years later, whatever, moved in with this lady. She finally let me grow. So the fuck was my point here? Fuck. I had a fucking point here, Eagle. And I'm high and I forgot. But BlindCat420. My namesake. So, you know, I was at their wedding and my uncle, who had given me the Skunky Pops and the Crystal River, the family strains from their dad, passed down to me. He was like, "Oh man, freaking," you know, it was a little bit windy and my paper plate started to fly away and I snatched it out of midair, you know, just fucking regular shit like anybody's gonna do. Your fucking paper plate is flying away, you're gonna grab it. I did that, and he's like, "Whoa, holy shit, dude! Did you fucking see that? You fucking, you know, whatever, you know." Didn't have much experience with me. I'm his new nephew, and I was like, "Oh, dude, it's fucking nothing. I just grabbed that shit, fucking." And same thing happens to my cup. Like a second later, snatch it between my pinky and my ring finger, like just fucking trying to capture it, you know, whatever. And that's just how it landed. Oh, dude, fucking dude. I was like, yeah, I got reflexes like a blind cat. And so he's like, oh, it's your fucking nickname now, bro. Fucking blind cat. And so that's where BlindCat420 came from. Subcool 420, BlindCat4. It's just easy to type out. Keep it simple. I was gonna go for like blind botanist or fucking whatever, some nerdy shit, but fucking Kron Bombadil, you know, because I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. And anyway, just decided to yeah, anyway, that's my namesake. Are you still there?
Sure am.
Okay.
I got much love for you, 420 guys. But I tell you what, I had to space them out. I think at one point there was like an influx
Oh
of
yeah.
420s.
Yep.
And I was like, you can kind of see them on the list. And I broke them up at one point. I was like, everybody had a 420. I'm like, I had to shake my head at one point. I was like, holy cow, man.
Yeah, it got a little
But yours is more fitting.
yeah, it got a little old. And then like well, I mean, like everybody's either a Gardens or a 420 or a fucking, there's a couple other ones that are there, but like there's so many. And you know, 710, I don't really want to associate myself as I was producing 710, so I was producing oil, so I didn't want to associate myself too heavily with the oil. Be careful a little bit with that. And but anyway, so yeah, like I think, like I said, blind botanist was my other one. I would really, that was a great one. And then fucking Kron Bombadil. I don't know if you know about Tom Bombadil. He's like some interesting nature figure, almost similar to a god, but he's very sang everywhere, and saying, you know, was positive and all that shit. He was like, what did he say? You know, Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow. His jacket is light blue and his boots are yellow. And I just was like, oh, fucking one day just dicking around. Oh, my, you know, my bong is pink and blue and my lighter is yellow or whatever. You know, I was just being stupid. But anyway, there's like all sorts of fun little names. And I like doing that with like the blueberry blood wreck and, you know, mixing strain names together. I always like that kind of shit. And yeah, I don't know. There's a name is just a name. And it's always about, you know, who you are behind it and shit. And, you know, that's the most important thing, is your intentions and your follow through. But yeah, I hear you. That's fucking, I saw the exact same thing. I agree. Fucking overused.
I to each their own. This is the way I see it. Like we said earlier, to each their own. It never came oblivious to me until I threw it all on a list and I started trying to, you know, spew them out on 100 at a time. I'm like, holy cow, I never realized there's so many 420s, and why do they have to be grouped up?
Right. Hey, so fucking,
it just happened to be a
yeah, four dub, dude. Like, what happened to, where's the twomps? Where's the quad twomps and the four dubs and the that's what I want to know. Like, come on, we have some other names for 20 and 4, and I don't know. Like, there's all sorts of different names that'd be fun to fuck around, but I just don't have enough hours in the day to create more than one profile. So that was what I started with, and hopefully one day I'll actually make some fucking veggie videos and some fun shit. But there's so many great people out there that are already doing it. Sometimes, you know, I got quite a few, a couple of trolls or fucking whatever you want to call them, fucking people just talking shit. Oh, you don't know what you're doing. And I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, look at this plant. It's fucking looking pretty decent. I may not know everything, but some of these plants are looking real good, and other ones are I just kept around, even though they look a little shitty, whatever. But that's like my learning experience
Fuck
is
trolls.
if I
Fuck
don't
trolls,
know
blind cat.
if you
Fuck
don't
'em.
have a fucked up looking plant, or if you've never had a bug, you haven't grown long enough. You know, like that's why I don't have a problem with sharing that I had russets or spider mites or thrips, but I got rid of them hella, you know, maybe not as easy with the russets for sure. I actually re-encountered them, but I tried like a motherfucker with everything I could logically know. And then I freaking moved on and learned something else. I moved somewhere else and then I, you know, implemented different shit. But it's just a learning curve. And if you've never had a mistake, you've never fucking tried. So, you know, and then, you know, just don't try to control everything. Fucking there's always, you know, just try to create a balance, you know, whether it's through bacterial means, fungal means, you know, fucking plant health, you know, like, you know, predatory. I haven't gotten into the predatories yet, but that's a little more expensive sometimes. So be fun to
So
check
blind
out.
cat, I agree. We learn most of the most valuable lessons are from mistakes, stumbles, and falls. And you know why I said fuck the trolls with such
Yeah.
conviction
Yeah.
uh, is a twofold. You know, there's always going to be haters that fucking want to chop you down for one reason or another. They most of the time I find that the haters, the trolls, are more or less angry at
Fan.
themselves and just trying to bring you down to their level. But sometimes,
But they're watching.
sometimes
They're watching
yeah,
and they're a fan.
sometimes true that they count. They definitely count. But sometimes this is what I'm getting at. Sometimes there is such a thing as a good-hearted troll, and in both instances, you have to say fuck the trolls because your dream is your dream, and you can't let trolls or anybody else step on that shit. Trolls, as we already said, they do it for whatever reason. Kind of
Yeah.
already angry at themselves
Yeah.
and want people's misery loves company. The other person actually comes from a heartfelt place. And sometimes you can get a troll from the closest person to you for the
Had that
fucking most heartfelt reason. They don't want to see you fail or they don't want you to lose. They might chop at you for all the wrong reasons. There can be a troll from right close that is just misguided or just don't want to see you fail or like I said, don't want to make perhaps lose you or whatever. But in both instances, if they truly, truly loved you, they would want you to see that dream or whatever you're passionate about come true. And sometimes you know, they're doing it because they might not think you're talented enough or whatever, and they don't want to see you fall. But nobody knows that more than you, and you're not gonna learn, or you may not find your them limitations unless you stumble, fall, have those fucking problems. So one more time, I gotta say, fuck the trolls, man. You have to go from your gut and your heart about whatever you're passionate about.
And I think what it was really was more of my vision shit. Like, you know, I think I posted up the video. It looked normal on my phone because I could turn my phone sideways, but yet it was just the cell phone small view when they jumped on YouTube. And so it was a simple mistake on my part. It was more of a fresh YouTuber thing for me. And they were just like, oh, you don't know what you're doing. Get better freaking thing, you know, do a better job with your camera skills. And so I think that's namely where one of the trolls I ever had was there. And then also, I mean, they didn't have any videos and they didn't fucking have a grow probably. And so there's a couple of different things that may have played into that. But I mean, you know, it's up to me to freaking jump past that. And that's where eventually you'll see, you know, just some regular small updates from me, whether it be on IG or something, you know, I'll be making some oil or I'll make some key for sugar or rosin, whatever hash. And you'll see, I'll fucking post the pictures just because I want to teach somebody who's just starting up or whatever. It's just fun. Yeah. It's fun to teach. That's another thing is like just health and different shit. I like, it's fun teaching, and it's fun watching somebody else grow and develop and become better than they were before. And that's, I've had some same shit with some friends, and they just disagreed with me or whatever. They saw me doing well or whatever, and I was just like, bro, I want to see you do well too. Like, that's the only reason I was. And in the beginning, I wasn't used to it, so I would state it a certain way, and it wouldn't sound so good. So I've learned to change the way I speak and relate to other people. And I think that once you become more of you grow into being a grower, the plant develops you, like you often say, and it teaches you to become more patient, teaches you to become more relatable to others, and it doesn't matter if we do shit different ways. It's just either you do it this way or that way, or you let it roll off your back,
So you mentioned a couple of great people as well tonight, and I just wanted to touch base on because they 2000% deserve to be remembered and talked about, and that was Frenchie. And so talk about Frenchie first, because everybody who knows more so than Frenchie, and how Sub was an awesome guy, dumping that tons of knowledge. We'll get to him second. But Frenchie, a lot of people, if you never had the opportunity to meet Frenchie, was a fucking one cool ass guy for one, and he always fucking gave you his undivided attention.
Yep.
And wasn't in any rush
Mm-mm.
when you spoke with him. And that's one of the things I admire. Each time I come across that man, he made me feel like the celebrity, and then was in no way, shape, or form in any rush to rush off. You know what I mean? And he was just as genuine as you've seen him in the videos. So I greatly appreciate you bringing him up. It was a huge loss this year. Sadly, another Canada lost. So I'd love to hear. I'm glad you brought him up and shared your story.
And that's exactly what I experienced too. Like, his head was down, like focusing on what I was saying. He literally came over out of the blue. I was talking to a few of his colleagues and whatnot, but I wasn't speaking to one person in general. So I opened up, we opened up the circle, and we kept on sharing shit. And then Mushmouth came over. I was originally talking to TC. He was talking about what strain was it? Oh, I usually remember this shit, but when I'm telling the story, but it was a strain that Subcool, he had gotten, I think it was some Pinot, and he had entered it to the cup that year. And he had some issues with it indoors, I believe. Maybe it had some mildew or something. I forgot what it was. But anyway, of course, he got rid of the fucking super infected shit. But then, just to be careful, TC and Frenchie made some hash for him that was going to be entered into the cup. My friends ended up going to the cup. I didn't. I did some other shit. I forgot what the fuck I did. Anyway, so the point was that I was getting shown some hash. I think it was some Pinot Noir directly from Sub. I was sad that Sub wasn't there, and man, I've always wanted to meet that brother. I'd only talked to him once, and unfortunately, he got a little grumpy. But that's just because he's getting, he's online, and he gets the same information from many people, and he also had a hard time breathing. And I've had asthma problems the last 2 years. Sometimes I can't I get up. Can't hardly breathe, and I get distressed. You know what I mean? Like, I can't fucking be. And when I'm having a crazy episode of my own, You know, people have a catastrophic illness. They just deserve a little bit more leeway sometimes. And that's what I took with Sub, is that, oh, that's another brother with another catastrophic fucking illness. He could die tomorrow. You know, he can't hardly fucking breathe. And respect to that brother, because he shares his life and his passion with all of us. And I have nothing but respect and no ill will towards that brother. And he's like I said, he was an outlet when I needed one, I needed an outlet to learn more. And that's what Sub Cool was to me. He was an uncle, he was a mentor, and I love that brother. And same thing with Frenchie, you know, just respect. And that's what I enjoyed about him. Fucking didn't care who you were. And he even actually gave me his fucking direct phone number and said that he would give me clones. So if anybody doesn't know Frenchie's character, it's right up there with Sub, and that's why they were friends. So anyway, you can continue with, you know, I'm sure you're going to talk about Brother Sub.
To hear your side of that too. Fucking, they were very notable men in cannabis history. Very much so. Some very much so. I think we all owe a little bit just either even, you know, if you didn't grow some of his genetics, learn to grow from him. There's a lot of people here now, right now, that didn't even have in that era of Sub. But this right here is a reflection of what he started. I don't think there would be this type of cannabis community hanging out the way we did if it wasn't for him doing his lives and hanging out in the live streams and fucking talking shit with each other, just like we do now.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And
This
we're all
was
a little
all
bit,
happening a long time ago because of him. And, you know, it kind of gave me chills. And this is the reason why I brought it up last, or him second instead of first, was he did die 2 years ago tomorrow. February 1st, it is 2 years since his passing. And I am so grateful that you told your story tonight about him, you know, to help keep other people, keep the legend, the name current, fresh, because him and Frenchie deserve to be cannabis icons for as long as we talk about cannabis, in my opinion. They both fucking gave out free information, tons of their time, in both cases, genetics. You know, the cannabis community, in my opinion, that needs more and more people, gentlemen, just like those two. So I'm so glad that you shared your stories about both of them tonight, because they deserve it. In death, they deserve these stories, these memories to be told. So I can't thank you enough for sharing those two stories, my friend. Your feelings about both.
yeah, man, it's just everybody deserves a little bit of understanding. And, you know, maybe if you had one or two negative interactions with somebody, maybe you don't fucking hold it against them right away, and maybe give them a little bit of leeway and think about their position and the other things that they've done too. And just the freeness of their giving is just amazing. From the charity garden, which was, you know, in the ALS, you know, the fucking you know, so many just the Christmas charity gardens and different shit like that, you know, the buckets that they put out for all these different families. I mean, that'll fucking draw you in, man. And that'll show you the true character of somebody, that they're not as focused. I mean, sure, they're getting money for it, but I mean, we were talking about seeds last night on the Red Pill Takeover. There, you know, most people are charging 100 plus. 100 is about the top, near the tops of what Sub would charge for his genetics. That's just because he believed that everyone should have access, and he wanted everyone to overgrow. And most of the time, he'd fucking chuck you a pack of seeds for free. You know, he always had one in his pocket, So, that's how shit really is, and the community really is, as opposed to this money grabbing shit, $500 plus a pack. And sure, you can make that off up those seeds. It's going to take you some time. So why not make it a little more accessible to everyone who may not want to spend over $100? Money doesn't equate quality. Usually equates time. And sometimes, the amount of time, like with scotch or like with, F5s, and people want to charge a little, and auto flowers, people want to charge a little bit more for those things because it took them some more fucking time, and their time is valuable. So to have some understanding on some different aspects of the shit is important, because, you might understand what something's worth at that point. And everybody's time's worth money. Everybody's, we only have so much. So respect to all the breeders, yeah.
Well, Mr. BlindCat420, we have, did our 420 and then 6 minutes plus. So I thank you for your time, brother. It has been a great night, and I've been blessed to hear your story, man. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you in the Weed Nerd world. The Zoom link that I did send you tonight is the one that we use for the Weed Nerd world. So put that up and join in at any time you see fit. It's one of them things, you don't have to wait for my invitation. It's more or less, I want to come hang out type thing. So whenever you want to come out, hang out, I guarantee everybody that's heard this story tonight and got to meet you more firsthand is going to want to see more of you. So please keep the Zoom link handy, because I would like to see more of you as well. It just, you can't go backwards once you come at this point, man. No longer are you words on the screen. You are now a voice in the face. No longer a logo. You know what I'm saying? You have been welcomed wholeheartedly into the Cana family. So thank you for your time, my friend. It is the most valuable thing we have. But before you go, I think I want to grab that soundbite for you. Let me get the recording ready. This is 565, if you want to throw that in there.
Hey, what's up, Weed Nerds, brothers and sisters? Just wanted to say thanks for tuning in to fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. This is BlindCat420.
Thank you very much, brother. Man, it has been a super fun night. And I hope everybody, if they haven't watched this, please go back and watch this great episode from this great gentleman. I wish you the best, safest travels on your way to Vegas. I know once you get in Johnny's care, you're bound to have some fun. So thank you again. Get some rest up, and hopefully we'll hear from you in the Weed Nerd world. Possibly while you're in Vegas, eh?
Right? Yep. You'll probably see me tomorrow night.
Hell yeah. Well, that does it for this episode. We have reached the 420 mark, so there is no Weed Nerd world tomorrow. We took care of business. So I will see you tomorrow night at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Weed Nerd world. Thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget, random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that, and I ain't afraid to admit it. Mr. BlindCat, one last thank you. Hopefully I'll see you soon, my friend. We
Definitely.
are out of here.